We'll be starting in a moment. And hello, welcome everybody to No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as we are doing our live stream, our Sunday live stream with you, where we talk about all the issues that matter to you, all the issues that will affect your life, no matter where you are in the world. There's so much that happens every week, much of it information that doesn't get addressed, information that no one in the major news media wants you to focus on. They simply want you to read the headline and to obey. We disagree with that. We don't think that's the right answer, and we hope that you will agree. Now, hello, Jan. Jan is the first one to say anything today, and we are happy to have you with us, and we are always happy to have everyone with us. And we're going to be talking about what's happening in the 2022 election. This is an election about abortion. This is an election about crime and violence and the U.S. economy and the international stability. And we're going to go over that a little bit with you because we're 2 weeks, less than a month away, about 3 weeks away from the election, and it's going to have an impact across the world. This will change people's lives. There is no question about that. And so we're going to go into that in some detail, and we're going to listen to what you have to say about these issues, about what's happening across America and across the world. Bear with me one second. I got to do a little bit of housekeeping here, make sure that everything is up to date so people know that we are on. And so just bear with me a half second here, folks, as I try and make sure I do it all by myself here, so it can be a little trying. But we're going to make sure that everyone knows what's going on. It's been a quiet week, surprisingly. I don't know if everyone agrees, but I think it's been a very quiet week in the news for the most part. There hasn't been a lot of information that people have been made aware of. And that's kind of scary. I think it's actually quite scary. Come on. Nothing wants to work when you want it to work. You know, there's always something that wants to slow you down a little bit. So let's try and fix this. There we go. Oh, God. It's freezing. Okay, that's funny. See, we're trying to balance everything that's going on there. Now, throughout this entire conversation, I want you to know that at any time, if you want to call in, the phone number is 607-242-1582. You can always call in with any of your comments, any of your thoughts. If there's an issue we're not covering and you think we should, please let us know. We do want to take your voice. This is a conversation because there's just not enough people that are listening to what you have to say and hearing your voice. And I think it's very important that we are able to do that. Sorry. YouTube's giving me some problems right now, so bear with me. Why is it messing with me? Oh, that's there. So let's get into this. Now, the first thing I do want to mention is something that we became aware of very recently, something that we're very upset about, and we do want to make people aware. As you may know, we do various roundtables. We're open to speak with other organizations and other groups on a regular basis. We have been speaking with Rory Sauter and his roundtable on every Thursday. That is not going to happen going forward. In fact, we want you to be aware that we will no longer do any business with them because as we became aware and as we are showing you the screenshot, without permission, we know that the Rory Sauter Show, that program, has been taking verbatim. They have been copying information from other people's websites. That's both my website, as you can see here, in this Sunday live stream, as well as the Liberty First Foundation, which I'm on every Friday at 9 p.m., and I do advise people to check it out. But without any association, without any permission, this information was taken. And so because of that, and when we made the Rory Sauter show and Rory Sauter aware of that, they blocked us on Facebook. They disabled our ability to have a conversation with them. And we are rather upset about that. Now, we could sue them. The Liberty First Foundation has been made aware of this. They could sue as well. It is a violation of our rights and our copyright, but we choose not to do that at this time. Instead, we are making you aware that we will not have any further association with the Rory Sauter program. We do not give them permission to copy our material and our information, as it is a violation of our rights, and if they continue to do that, we will seek other remedies. We don't like to do that. We don't like to embarrass people, but we will not stand for that, and we do recommend to any of our friends that may be considering going on to that program to not do so, because that is a business. It's just bad. It's bad business. So we had to mention that, and I'm sorry that I had to bring it up, but it is important that you be aware of what people are doing on the internet. When they steal your intellectual property, when they steal your work without any credit, without any permission, that's a problem. And we should not allow that to happen. Now, going beyond that, let's talk about the elections, because I think that's really important. It's on everyone's mind. What's happening with the elections right now? Now, recently, you may recall, and we had talked about this previously, it was September 15th that Chuck Schumer had said that he is expecting Democrats to lose, completely to lose, and that the House, not only in the House, but possibly in the Senate as well. That was followed up by the conversation more recently this Friday from Nancy Pelosi, who is telling, she went on to the Late Show and told the public, well, Democrats are going to win. She believes, like Michael Moore when he appeared on Bill Maher's program, as we showed you, that Democrats are going to win in a landslide. They're going to take it all. They will be able to maintain their ability to hold power with the Biden-Harris administration, that they think everything is going well, and you just don't understand. You just don't get how great a job they are doing with the economy, how well they are managing international policy. You just don't understand that bail reform is going to work, and that the criminals that are being released into our communities will see the light of day, and they will stop committing crimes and will become law-abiding citizens. This is the message that is coming from Democrats as we speak. I don't think most people in America believe that. I don't think most Democrats believe that, let alone independents, libertarians, and conservatives and Republicans. Let me go and answer some of the comments, because I do see Bellin Bobby. Hello, it's good to have you with us, and I thank you for commenting. Mentions that the Dems are up to something. They can't allow MAGA, or Make America Great, again, to take over in the House. Well, that's the thing. They want to try and stop that. And Bellin, that's why we're going to have this conversation, because Democrats seem to be very confused right now. Inside, in their private conversations, like with Chuck Schumer, they've been saying and acknowledging that they're going to lose, and that they're going to lose in a somewhat large fashion. They realize that the American people, even their own party, are rejecting whatever policies that they're putting forward. They don't really have a policy, a mantra. I mean, if you ask someone, what is the international policy of the Biden-Harris administration? Something we have been asking since 2021, no one knows. There is no policy. If you ask what is the domestic policy of the Biden-Harris administration, no one really knows. There's nothing that's clear. There are some issues they're fighting for, progressive issues, issues that the Democratic Socialists of America believe in, but not really issues that anyone else believes in America. So that is the question. And you're right, Bellin, as you bring up, the one thing we are sure is that under the Biden-Harris administration with Pelosi and Schumer and some others in the Democratic Party, they hate anyone who doesn't agree with them. They are opposed to any voice that is unapproved. They want to silence everyone who is speaking out and not agreeing with them. That is the core of Make America Great Again. That is the core of an America First policy. That is the core of any nation's sovereignty. To be focused on the domestic issues first, but that's not what the Democrats want. When we saw Joe Biden in his Reichstag speech in Philadelphia, he made it clear, more clear than when he told black Americans that if you don't vote for him, he decided you're no longer black, that your ability, well, the inherent fact that you are born in a certain way is negated by his political preference. And so he made it even more clear in Philadelphia when he said, if you do not agree, you are a radical, you are an extremist, you are a danger to America. Hell, we've even heard people say that about not liking She-Hulk and the Rings of Power. You've seen the articles in the entertainment magazines. They've been saying this for months now. If you don't agree, you're the bad guy. You're the problem. But how is the rest of America taking that? Let's check this out. Because I went and we looked up the most recent polling about this. And let's see what is the big issue? What is the issue of the 2022 midterm elections? What will be decided in America? Well, according to KFF, and the KFF Health Tracking Poll, October 22, 1 month before the election, quote, when asked to say in their own words why, this is voters, when voters are asked to say in their own words why they are more motivated to vote now, the top issue provided by Republicans is the economy, while Democratic voters are more likely to offer abortion as their motivation for being more eager to vote. Independent voters are divided between the two issues. Here's the key point. Large shares of voters also offer partisan reasons, like keeping the other party out of office for the main reason why they are motivated to vote. There are large groups of people who recognize that America is going in the wrong direction, that we are getting greater instability in our freedom and our rights, and that this is becoming a more and more oppressive nation. And they want to stop that. They oppose that. This is true of independents. That's true of the Democrats. That's true of everyone except the progressives. And I think that's starting to show in the election. But KFF wasn't the only one to do a poll, because on Friday, Morning Consult came out with their poll about what's driving voters right now. This is you. I'm talking about you right now. So I want to hear what you have to say about this. They're saying that the top issues right now are the economy, abortion, Ukraine versus Russia, gun policy or gun control, immigration, coronavirus, the pandemic, and education. Now let's think about this for a second. The economy is the driving issue in America. We have been in a recession for many months now, so much so that they had to change the definition of what a recession is to get through the November midterm elections. We have been told over and over again, you just don't understand that the economy is great because unemployment is 3.5, 3.7. It's less than 4%. And so you're supposed to listen to that headline and understand everything is fine. Nancy Pelosi has a refrigerator that's still full of ice cream. You're supposed to accept that without question. This is what we have been told from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the press secretary of the United States, from all of the Democrats and talking heads across the news media. For months now, you've been told the economy's fine. This is under control. In fact, they tell you, what was the big talking point? That, well, the price of gasoline is down. And so that proves that the economy is doing fantastic, that everything is all A-OK. Except it kind of leaves out something. The price of gasoline is still up over 58%. Cost of energy is still up. We're not at the all-time highs yet, and we will get to why that's going to change. but we're still high. And every other factor that affects the inflation is still skyrocketing right now. I mean, let's take a look at this real quick. We can see, and I'll show it to you a little bit better in a second. Actually, I'll show it to you now. Inflation is up. We have energy. When you look at fuel oil, that's your gasoline. They're saying, well, it's down. The price went down 2.7%, except it's up 58% for the year. You're losing, and everything else is up. Food, when you want to eat, that food is up. Whether you're at home or you're going out for dinner, that's costing you more. Electricity is up. New vehicles are up. Even apparel, everything is up. No, there is no sector of the economy right now that is down versus a year ago. Not one part. But you're being told right now that you just don't understand, that you just don't get it. Now, let me go back to some of the comments here. Jan mentions that in West Virginia, they're reporting that there will be low voter turnout because lots of seats don't have Democrats running, yet most choices on the ballot have Democrats and Republicans. That makes no sense, and you're right, Jan. That makes no sense. Low voter turnout isn't because one party didn't show up. That's not the case, and that's not what we're seeing around the nation. Doesn't make any sense. And Jan mentions that in West Virginia, the economy is the biggest issue. Coal is the second biggest issue, which would be more regional to West Virginia. Thank you for helping us understand what's happening in West Virginia. And Bellin mentions that, well, Democrats are taking an approach that's any means necessary. Well, let's take a look at this, folks, because the top issues, according to you, according to Morning Consult, the top issues to you are number one, the economy. The next top issue is actually it's education at 54% of Americans. Just below that is gun policy, gun control, followed by immigration. Well, immigration and gun control, those are issues of crime. That's the big issue. That's the overarching thing. They split it into the individuals, but what we're talking about is the rising rate of crime in America, whether that's illegal aliens trying to get into America, where they're, according to Democrats, they're welcome everywhere except New York City, except for Martha's Vineyard, except where the Democrats live. That's where they're not allowed. But everywhere else, in your house, they're allowed. On your property, illegal aliens, open door policy. They show up where the Democrats are, well, then that's something else. Those brown people have to be put onto an army base. They've got to be shipped away. But these are the big issues that you have, that you as a voter believes in. Guess what? When Morning Consult asked voters, what do you think the Biden-Harris administration's policies are? What are they concerned about? The number one issue is they've been talking about abortion. What's the number two issue they've been talking about? Climate change. The number one and two issues that everyone seems to agree that the Biden-Harris administration is focused on is abortion and climate change. Well, think about that for a second. They're not worried about whether you can feed your family. They're not worried about whether you can get to work or not. They don't care if you have a job or if your small business will survive. Those aren't their top issues. They want to talk about abortion, which still exists in America. State by state, they all have rules. Your state gets to make your decision on it. So that still exists in America. Women have not lost any rights that they didn't have before. No one lost any rights. So they're worried about abortion and climate change. Climate change, where America, since 2015, has led the world in greenhouse gas reductions. We have done more reduction of greenhouse gases, more reduction of climate change, more positive impact on the climate than all of Europe and England and a few more countries combined. Think about that. We have done more than most of Europe, actually all of Europe combined. And China has increased the amount of greenhouse gases more than the United States has reduced it in the world. But America's the bad guy. And this is the focus of the Biden-Harris administration. Because whether you eat or not isn't important. That's the economy. We are in a food shortage. That is a fact. It is global. We've been talking about it and warning you about that since February of 2022. We are in a recession. We've been warning you about that since March, actually February of 2022. But they're not concerned about that. They're concerned about whether or not they can build another solar plant that might help you get some electricity in the next 3 years. Not this year, not this winter, in 3 years. And it might eventually, one day, possibly, if they can figure out how to redo the electric grid, might possibly be able to reduce the temperature in the world. Maybe. It's a guess. Even though every single scientific model that has ever been created about climate change since 1958 has been wrong. Every single one. That is a fact. It's not conjecture. It's not a guess. Everything. Global famine, global cooling, global warming, now climate change. They have never been right, ever. But this is what he is looking for you to vote on. That if his focus and what Democrats believe you are concerned about isn't crime, isn't protecting your family. It's not about your property or your rights, your ability to defend yourself. It's not even about whether or not you can feed yourself. No. Their concern is, should we have another solar plant, a wind farm in the next 3 years? And should you have the ability to have a late-term abortion kill a baby at the moment of birth? That's what they think is important. Now, let me ask you, and I'm going to go to the comments in just a second to catch up, but is that really what you think is important? Is that the most important pressing thing in your life right now? Is it keeping your lights on? Is it feeding yourself? Is it protecting your family? Or is it making sure that we'll be able to have an extra wind farm in 3 years from today? Which one's your priority? Is the global food shortage a concern you have today? Or are you more concerned about whether or not someone is able to kill a baby at the moment of birth somewhere in the world? Which one's your concern? Because I'm really interested in that. Let me check. And I know I'm being blunt about that, but we have to be. Because if we're not, we won't vote on this. We won't realize the consequences of what we're doing. So let me go to some of the comments here. Jan mentions, yes, the cost of gas is up. Even as they tell us the cost is down, what they're misrepresenting there is the cost is down from the all-time high temporarily. The price is going back up. As we reported last week, and we'll discuss again here, OPEC cut the oil that they are producing by 2 million barrels. That means the price of gas and oil and energy are going up again in the middle of the winter when you need it the most. When Europe is facing a freeze, they're terrified that their people are going to freeze to death. In the United States, some people may freeze. And OPEC is cutting oil production, not increasing it. That price is going to go higher. But they told you prices are down, so everything's good. Do you believe them? I don't, but let's find out. Jan also goes to say she saw that report that natural gas is going to be a major issue this winter. It is, because natural gas is one of the key things that makes Europe run. That's what the Nord Stream pipeline's about. It provides them with oil and, most importantly, natural gas, which runs all of Europe. And that's why they're terrified they will not make it through the full winter without having their people freeze and their businesses shut down. in the middle of a recession. It's why we see natural gas prices are starting to skyrocket. This is a problem. So yes, Jan, you are correct on that. Michael Bowie, Mike, it's good to have you with us. Thank you for commenting. Mike says, censorship concerns me the most. We can't even talk about what's wrong. That is a constant concern for me. I know exactly what you're talking about. Censorship is a major issue because they're trying to silence us. But that's part of telling us that you just don't, when we see the Democrats are telling us, you just don't understand. I should also mention, and I think we all see this, that they combine that with, and don't say anything. It's not just everything's fine and you don't understand, and you can't tell anyone what you're thinking or why you don't understand. You can't ask questions anymore because God forbid you ask a question, they're not going to answer and then they're going to target you to silence you. Happens on this program all the time. We've been asking for over a year, where are the Americans in Afghanistan? How many Americans have been abandoned in Afghanistan? It's somewhere between 200 and 5,000. We'd like to know what that number is. What is the American government, the Biden-Harris administration, doing to get those Americans back home? What about the 10,000 Americans in Ukraine? What is the Biden administration doing to get them home? We've been asking these questions, and the answer we have received is on Facebook, we get constant strikes, and we're being blacked out in certain regions, so people cannot see our comments. They cannot see us make these questions, and they don't want to answer. The politicians are fine. Antonio Delgado is running for lieutenant governor. Josh Riley is running for the New York 19. No one's asking them the question, and they're running without ever thinking about it. They're never going to answer, even though we've given them this question in writing months ago. They won't answer that because you're not supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to obey. That's what 2022 is truly about. This is an election about, will you obey blindly, or is there a problem? And the problem, of course, would be you. Let me go on. Jan mentions, not mentioning prices will rise yet again because the Fed Reserve has increased the interest rates by 75%. They're going even higher. As we will go through, and I'll bring it up in a second, they're expecting that the interest rates are going to go to 5, 4.5, 5, maybe 6%. Now, I'm a bit older. I'm 54. I remember when we had 6% inflation. Hell, I remember the Carter days when we had 11%. So we're looking at an increase significantly more than what most people have ever encountered. We're seeing mortgages being affected. Mortgages are at 20-year highs. Let me show you that. I'm sure I have that here somewhere. Where do I have it? We are looking at mortgages at 20-year highs. I'm going to find that in my notes. And that's just a start. We haven't even reached the peak of this recession. We still have energy prices that are continuing to increase. We still have a food shortage that hasn't had a full impact yet. We still have a slowdown in the supply pipeline that has yet to hit our stores. Think of how bad it's going to get. It's really going to be amazing. Bellin Bobby says, the media is paid with taxpayer dollars by the government to lie to us. Well, a lot of private businesses do a lot of payments there, but they do that in benefit. I mean, you look at your unions and where their money, their dues are going. If you look at pharmaceutical companies who've made tons of money, boatloads of money off of the vaccine mandates, that they have admitted internationally, they have admitted that the very things that you heard Joe Biden say about the vaccine, that you won't get COVID, that if you take the vaccine, you won't transmit the pandemic, that you won't get sick and you won't die from it and it has no side effects. These are the things that Joe Biden said to the American people in 2021. None of it's true. And in fact, as we saw in Sweden, talking to their government, the pharmaceutical companies admitted They didn't try and do any of that. They didn't give those guarantees. This is an experimental drug that has been released worldwide, and they didn't know what it was going to do. They thought it would slow down or minimize the impact, but they had no idea. And the answer from the world governments, the Democrats, the progressives were, let's change the definition of vaccine. Not let's stop this, let's test this a little bit more. Let's try and get a better understanding of what it can and cannot do before we mandate that pregnant women get these jabs. Before we tell pregnant women that they are mandated to have this medication, perhaps we should slow down. Rather than changing the definition of the word vaccine, maybe we should see what the vaccine is doing, since it's in an experimental stage. And the Facebook fact checkers can go and look at anything they want. Everything I have said is absolutely true. There is no misinformation there. I'm not a doctor. I'm only repeating the information from the WHO, the CDC, and studies done around the world based on a year. We know this was an experimental drug. It was signed into effectiveness as an experimental drug released unto the public. That is a fact. And you know, these fact checkers, this is part of what Mike was mentioning, Mike Bowie, is that this is how they silence us. Because they try and say, you can't say that. Why can't I say it? Well, you're not a doctor. I don't need to be a doctor to read a report. I don't need to be a scientist to read the findings of their studies. I don't need to be a doctor to see as the reports of side effects around the world are coming in day by day, week and month. I don't need to be a doctor to read and then to be able to tell you what I read. And as for any other conclusion, well, that's the First Amendment. You don't get to silence that, but they want to. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Jan mentions that food will rise as well because government is paying more farmers not to plant. That's not exactly correct, Jan. It's not that, yes, the United States has always paid farmers to leave their farms, their lands empty. That's true. But that's not what's causing the increase in the price of food. There's two factors that are causing the increase in price in food. One is ethanol. The United States, under several presidents now, have decided that they're going to use corn instead of feeding our animals, instead of feeding ourselves. We're going to use corn to be able to feed ethanol, to create a alternative, an additive to gasoline that deoxygenates our oceans. It's actually bad for our oceans. It kills animals in the Gulf of Mexico. Look up the data, it's very clear. As well as it's less efficient than gasoline by itself, which means you need to use more, which makes more greenhouse gas. But for some reason, Obama and the Biden administration have both decided that we need to use more ethanol. So we have less food for human beings and more ethanol, which is hurting our environment. And that's why, one reason why you see the price go up, because there's less food available for human beings. Now, at the same time, Jan, remember, we have a food shortage. We have a global food shortage that we knew was coming back in February when the White House told us and agreed with the rest of the world leaders there is a global famine. That is a fact. It's not a question. We've already seen governments toppled on this. In fact, let me show you right now. If you go into Google right now, I'm going to do this live with you. Food shortage is my search term. And when we hit it, Foreign Policy reports 3 days ago, global food crisis requires action from Gulf countries. It's already here. Food insecurity threatens the Middle East from Daily Sabah. Christian Science Monitor, turmoil in Tunisia, food shortage is sparking unrest. Yet another nation in unrest. This is the fourth nation that I can think of right off the top of my head in unrest because of food. Again, foreign policy 1 week ago, solutions to the global food crisis, because we don't have any solutions from our leaders. It is CNET, grocery shortages. Butter will be harder to find, but that's not the only thing. 3 weeks ago, salt and sugar shortages worsening Philippines food supplies. That's from Bloomberg News. Even the New York Times, food supply disruption is another front for Russian falsehoods 4 weeks ago. We know for a fact there is a global food shortage. So those two things together, Jan, is what's driving up the price. It's not that farmers aren't planting food. It's everything else that's causing this shortage. And we don't have a plan. And we haven't had a plan ever. Even though we've known, and think about it, even if you give them the benefit of doubt, over the last month, as you can search on Google yourself and find the same information from the same credible news sources around the world, we know there's a food shortage. Joe Biden, assuming everything else is equal, in the last month, last 30 days, he has had the opportunity to reach out to the American people and say, here is a plan to deal with the food shortages. There are 15 to 25% of your shelves are empty. We saw the problem with the baby formula shortage. We have taken steps, or we want to take steps, to help Americans get through the next year of this food shortage. And let me be clear. The food shortage is not just the winter. It is a year. This is a global food crisis that will last at least 1 year. No one is being honest with you about this. No one is telling you about this. When I say it's a year, let me be very clear. That's because what you will see is that we're going to have to get through the winter. We have to plant the crops. The crops have to grow, and then we can reap them. We can sow them. We can bring in those crops so that we can then have them turned into food. That process takes a year. This is not a global food shortage just to get through the winter. This is 1 year. This is one of the reasons why we have said consistently on this channel that you should buy rice, and you should have some rice and canned foods, and to be stockpiling. And every time you go into the store, buy 10% more. Just buy 10% more. See, we've had a plan. And I'm not telling you it's the best plan you could ever have. I'm not telling you it's a perfect plan. But on this channel, for this entire year, we have been giving you a plan to deal with the food shortage that we saw coming. We told you in February, in January, we said, if we're wrong, you're going to have extra food. Donate it to veterans, any of the homeless. Donate it to people in need. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. And we told you the best thing that would happen is you would save money and you will have food when you need it. Here it is, 9 months later, 10 months later, and we're right. And it's going to get worse because the problem will last 1 year, not just 1 winter. So I want to make sure that's clear. So let me go on to some of the other comments here. By the way, folks, the phone is on. I just had to double check. And so the phone is on, and that is 607-242-1582. It is on and ready for your calls. You can comment anytime that you want. And this is an issue that should be in the election. Food should be on there. The fact that we do not have a plan from the leaders in office at this time. They've had a year to prepare us, to tell us, to warn us, to have a plan in place to help people over the next year for this food shortage that we know is happening. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss. And what's your first name, please?
Mr. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
Jack Cordisco, what's going on?
Nothing much. Just getting ready for the election. And I think this is a big issue. Not just inflation, not just the economy, but being able to feed our families for the next year. I think this is a big deal.
Yeah, it's just, the funny part is, a lot of people, myself included, and you say, what is government going to do to help with the food shortages and all that? And I know you and I think a lot on the same page, but I'm a little leery on government interfering at all. What they should do is not do the things that are causing the shortage. What they're going to do is they're going to start giving subsidies to some farmers and this and that, and that's how they're going to fix it. So I'm a little leery on government interference in this issue.
Well, I can respect that. I do. Because I'm not talking about, you're right. I can see the government, the Biden administration say, well, we're going to help pay farmers so they can get through this. I don't care about that.
Just get the hell out of the way.
Well, I want them to do something like make sure that distribution for the distribution channels are wide open for the food we do have, that there is a national stockpile of food, maybe consider tapping into some of that in terms of rice and flour, some canned goods to distribute to the poor, to food banks around the nation.
Right. No, I got you. No, the thing is, though, people don't understand. Businessmen do a little bit better. I know you do. Everything is connected. This stuff on the fossil fuel, going after that, going after this. Once it's like a link in a chain. Once you break a link in a chain, the whole thing falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they need to do is they need to recoil from all their crazy, idiotic things they want to do with the economy, with the environment. But the thing is, they'll never do that because they can't. It's just not their DNA. Their heads will explode, if they admit they're wrong. And two is then do things to correct it. They just don't know how.
Well, according to the poll, now I showed the Morning Consult poll, the main focus of the Biden-Harris administration is abortion and climate change. But the main issue that voters are looking at, crime, and the economy, and, well, pretty much that's it. Crime and the economy.
What's the famous poster that was on the wall of Clinton headquarters when he ran for president? Remember what it said?
No.
It's the economy, stupid.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it leaked out. I remember it leaked out. It wasn't meant for public view. It was only meant for, headquarters to stay on topic. And it leaked out and it became a famous quote. Because
it's true. And that's true this year, except every single Democrat you look around this nation, they're not talking about crime. They're not talking about the economy. They're talking about, if anything, abortion is their number one issue. And that's about it.
I don't find it a surprise that Congress members that live in inner cities or big cities who they represent are in a different world and a different bubble than the rest of the Congress members that represent the rest of the United States. They have two worldviews that are so distinctly different that they're just clueless. It's what Tim Hochul describes as city-urban liberal types, CULT. They think the world is flat, and they don't know any better, and it's dangerous.
Well, that's because we've got how many of these? Over half of Congress has been in Congress for more than 25 years. They're completely disconnected. You have never seen in the last 20 years, at least, you have never seen Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi actually out among the people without a news camera crew photographing every moment. They don't actually do that.
With modern media, I get it, TV, internet, I get all that, but I'll be honest with you, they're very corrupt. But as far as corruption goes, they're not even close to being the most corrupt Congress historically. So who's really to blame for those people being there 25 years? Honestly and truly, who in the nuts and bolts of it is to blame?
Well, that's the voters. That's why I'm telling. This is why we're talking about this, because you have a month. If anyone's doubting anything we're talking about on the show, you've got a month to look into these things, because I can show you the data.
Oh yeah, you and I have been doing it for a long, long time, even before Biden, even before Trump.
Yeah.
And it's just like I said, it's like turning an aircraft carrier with a pencil. It takes a long time, but once it starts to turn, you can't stop it.
Yeah, and we know. And
Yeah, I see the CBS
yeah,
tracker there.
65% of Americans say it's getting worse, but Democrats are telling you they're going to win.
Yeah, but those 65%, those morons would still vote for Joe Biden if he was running for president again.
I don't understand. Here's the thing.
I don't get it. I just, I know people don't like Trump personally. They don't like Republicans.
He's not running.
How in the world can you say we're getting flushed down the toilet, but then I would vote for the same guy if he ran again? It just boggles my mind.
Actually, though, only 31% of people in all the polls that are being done, it's roughly about 30% of people, Democrats, only 30% of Democrats are saying that they would vote for this again. And yet, we keep hearing Trump. He's not in the race.
There's two questions. They say that I've seen polls where 70-80% don't want Biden to run in 2024.
Yes.
But then you'll see a same poll that says to the Democrats, if Biden was the candidate in 2024, would you vote for him? And a vast majority say yes.
I don't understand this. See,
I don't get it.
Something is not connecting there because we see these concerns, but yet Democrats are on a resurgence. People may not be aware. Democrats, we've been talking about the red wave. People have been saying it's a red wave. Yet Democrats are coming back because they're saying, oh, it's all about abortion. It's all about whether or not you get to kill a baby at the
Well, that's trying to control the message. That's all that is. That's old. That's an old.
But
tactic.
It's working.
We're gonna.
It's working. Amongst Democrats, it is working. That
Sure
is their number one issue is, it's about abortion. It's not about feeding yourself or anything else.
What was the number one issue among Democrats in 1860?
Oh, God.
Slavery.
Oh, yeah.
But it was working. It convinced all the state legislatures, at least in the South, to secede. It's the same tactic. It's the same exact thing, just different issue in a different time period.
I just find it terrifying to me that people are being told the issue that they should be most concerned about isn't actually the issue that is most affecting them and the world and is having the most impact.
Well, the Democrats can't talk about the other issues because they're to blame for the issues, so you have to deflect.
It's
the oldest tactic there is. I mean, you and I both been involved in politics for a long time, so we know how that's how it works.
I get that, but there's also the fact that you have to talk to the voter, and they're not. They're literally, I understand deflection, but at some point you have to deal with the core issue, which is a bad economy, bad inflation, bad energy, which is affecting the supply lines, jobs, every other aspect of life. You have to deal with that. You can't kick it down the road and say, if I ignore it, it won't be okay.
In all fairness to them, not that I would defend them by any means because they're indefensible, but it's worked for them so far.
Yes. And that's why they're gaining in the polls.
The Russia hoax, the January 6th. We can go through the list of all the things that were deflections, and it's working for them. Trump is evil, Trump is evil, Trump is evil, Trump is evil. And it's worked for them. They took over in 2018 when they grabbed the Congress back. Well, I mean, it works. So why not use the same tactic? It's worked in the past.
Well, we're seeing that in the New York 19th race. We're seeing that in the Florida 20 race. But Democrats know they're in trouble. I'll give you an example. Yeah. Democrats know they're terrified. Let me show you something.
The smart ones do.
Well, yeah. Like, I'll give you an example. Sheila McCormick, who's running in the Florida 20. It's a race no one's talking about, and they really should. She's put in $4 million, essentially, $3.9 million she's put out there to run against a guy, Dr. Drew Clark, who's a Republican. He's a black Republican. Yes, more than me. There's more than just me as a black Republican out there. Drew's been in the race for 3 months. That's it, 3 months. Yep. He is getting more small contributions. Real voters are donating him 20% of the time.
Oh, I get it. The grassroots contributions. I get it.
Yeah, but she's terrified of a black Republican doctor who's been in the race for 3 months, and she's putting $4 million against him. That tells me she's terrified.
She's terrified because there's a D in front of her name.
She should be.
She should be terrified. And so you do it in war. I mean, you just bomb the bejesus out of your opponents 50 times more than you need and hope that you win.
But this is ridiculous that we're seeing.
Well, in all fairness, though, if the DNC or the DCCC came to her, if I was her, and said, we're going to give you all this money, of course she's going to take it.
So let me ask you this, John. And I know we're men.
So here's the question, though. Why isn't the RNC giving money to her opponent?
I don't know.
If it's that tight and there's 10 times the amount spent, obviously it's a seat they could pick up. Why are they dropping the ball?
Because he's been in the race for 3 months. That's why. They really don't. They're not paying attention to the Florida 20. They're more concerned about the new. Yeah. They're worried about the New York 19 and the New York 22. They're worried about those races.
I get it because it won't get any press, but those are things that each party has to sit down and do the strategy on. So obviously, they want to do other seats, and there's hundreds of seats, so we can go on forever on each one. But
right, but that's why they're focused. But it drew my attention when I look at this because it's a black conservative. I mean, and I saw your coverage of Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker is a big race. They're more concerned about Herschel Walker. Go ahead.
Well, it's funny you say that because just before I called, I went to look and that video was removed.
What?
So I reposted it, and then as I was reposting it, it appeared again with the same amount of views on it and started 0 again. So they put it back on. It was crazy. Yeah, that's it there, holding his own.
Yeah.
They took, for some reason, it disappeared. And then when I reposted it, it came back, but kept the, as if it wasn't even gone at all. It was really weird. So I deleted the second one because I didn't want to post it twice.
Well, that's part of the shadow banning, where they're throttling and they're messing with the algorithm. You don't know how many times, I'll do the show and I'll see a couple dozen people that have been watching the show. And after the show, I'll see that there's like 3-4 dozen people that have been watching live with us and making comments.
Oh, yeah.
They always lie to make you think you're the only one. They want you to feel like you're alone.
Well, yeah, and I've been getting notices on subs, but I also noticed, too, that it'll go to look in the comments, and you and I, of course, it's our channel, we can look, dig deeper. And I'll put newest comment first, and they'll say 6 comments, and there'll be 4 listed.
Yeah, they delete them on a regular basis. Or
I think that's just a regular algorithm thing on conservative channels, big, small. I don't think we're getting picked on because we're small. We're getting picked on because we're conservative.
No, it's not small. It's conservative voices. And they just think they can get away with it because we're smaller than Tim Pool.
Right. So, what I've been doing, and I hope people that listen to your podcast and some of your videos do, is to get around this. What you need to do is get the URL, get the link, and share it as much as you can on all your social medias to get the word out. That would really help.
It would absolutely help. But, we also still have to deal with things like, as we've reported on this program, since March of 2022, Facebook has done a blackout on this program, the live show, 25 times in a row. And I'm sure this one will be blacked out as well from 2/3 of the world.
Well, it's nice to be wanted.
Yeah. But let me go back to the election. So you were you saw Herschel Walker's interview. He did his debate. And the thing that
I watched about 90% of it.
Okay.
And he is no Barack Obama. He is not a slick speaker. Neither is Trump, for that matter, but
neither is Biden.
He did very well. He held his own. And even the mainstream media basically gave him a half-ass comment, an attaboy that since you didn't really self-destruct, you did really well.
See, here's the thing that I don't get. This is the same thing they did with Obama, which I found offense with. What do you expect him to sound like? Look, you look at most of the people who speak, most of the candidates, they're not Rhodes Scholars. These aren't brilliant orators. They're not. They're real people. Some of them speak well, some of them don't. What are they expecting from him? That he was supposed to be Lincoln reborn in his speeches, that he's going to deliver the Gettysburg Address? I mean, he's a man. He's competent. He knows the issues and he can discuss them. But yet,
and I said it in my video. Public speaking is an art form that you learn over time. And Warnock, being a pastor for a long time and done a ton of public speaking in the past, has honed that craft. Whereas Herschel Walker doesn't have a lot of public speaking experience. Like any other thing, you learn over time and you get better and better as time goes on. That first 2 months on city council, I was like tongue tied. Now you can't shut me up. So you do learn the skill over time.
Yeah, look at my videos from 12 years ago and compare it to me today. Not the same thing. You get better. But it's amazing.
See, what I like about guys like Herschel Walker, and I think you and I are in that group, is you talk to us off the air, we talk exactly the same.
Yeah.
We don't put on a spin, and we don't put on a PBS voice, or any of that stuff. What you see is what you get.
And it's amazing because how many politicians do we know that the moment you get them away from a camera, the moment you get them away from a crowd, and you talk with them, and they're nothing like what you see on the TV. You're nothing like that 30-second soundbite that was curated to make them look a certain way.
I think John Kennedy from Louisiana, the senator, is a perfect example. He probably talks just the same. He doesn't really care. He just says crazy stuff like, I can't believe that you had the brains to get through the birth canal to a sitting person that they're questioning at the Senate hearing, and it's really comical. But I'm sure he talks like that privately, too.
Some of them do, but Schumer doesn't. Pelosi doesn't. Adam Schiff doesn't. There's a lot of Biden.
There's a lot of guys. There's a lot of Republicans, too. Lindsey Graham.
Yeah. Another one.
Go through the list, and they're all two-faced.
Yeah. And I think they all should be replaced. I don't think any of them should be still in office because they're horrible and they're ineffective and they're inefficient. And that's what this election should be about.
Again, it's representative government, and those are the people that vote that decide. And they want to keep them, they keep them. It's funny. It's kind of like businesses over time. They talk about antitrust suits, and you're just too big, and we can't compete with you. Like they say, an incumbent is too big, and we can't compete with you. Name one company in the last 100 years. There's only one that's had a monopoly on something that hasn't failed in the end. And the same thing goes for these 20, 30-year Congress members and senators. Eventually, they either get too old or they fail or someone comes up to take their place. Hillary Clinton's a great example. She was next in line to do everything, and she ended up nowhere. So,
yeah, but Pelosi's a great example of, look, Pelosi is ancient, and she has staffers who fill her refrigerators with ice cream. She lives in a mansion surrounded by a wall with security. She's not connected to the public. She hasn't remembered what it is to go to a store for herself.
There's a lot of progressive nut bars in San Francisco area that are very, very good public speakers. And why she hasn't been challenged a long time ago, I don't know. I really don't. That's a mystery.
I don't understand it, but we are seeing some pushback. I mean, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez recently got some pushback. Warnock.
It's like, it's like the building, the house is on fire. And we watched it burn for 10 minutes, and then we grabbed the fire extinguisher. Well,
bit late.
It might be too little, too late. We'll have to see. But I saw that exchange with that individual with a town hall that AOC had.
Yeah, I saw it.
And to tell you the truth, you can tell he was a progressive leftist nutbar, but I actually agreed with him.
Well, he was right. We've given them 60, and we're talking about, for people who aren't familiar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was at a town hall for the New York 14th district because of her election. And she, as she was speaking, one of her constituents came up and said, hey, you voted to give $40 billion to the Ukraine, not to black people, not to the progressives, not to any of the issues that you're concerned with. You gave $40 billion to the Ukraine that we need here. You're helping to make things worse.
And
why did you do it?
Not even gave them $40 billion that we could have used. You gave them $40 billion that we had to borrow. Yeah. And that's worse. That's actually worse.
Yeah, because it destroys our economy two different ways.
Yeah. So this guy's grandkid will probably be paying off that $40 billion.
Yeah. As AOC has said, like Andrew Yang, and we've covered it on this program, they believe in the economic policy that you can just print money forever. So they've literally said that. They've literally said
they just went to her and said, listen, you lucked out by beating, I guess the guy's name was Crowley. He was a very high-ranked Democrat. Okay, you beat Crowley. You lucked out. It was a miracle. Now, if you don't do what we tell you, we will destroy you. And she said, okay.
It seems more and more like that because she doesn't know what she's talking about. And all she cares about is feelings, which is why she was so surprised, as Jan mentioned, she was stunned because she's only about moving people's emotions, and she's never had anyone actually ask her a question on her substance because she has none. And she made a substantive take. She gave $40 billion. Total we've given to Ukraine so far is $65 billion.
But again, the people in Queens, and I think part of the Bronx, I'm not sure where her district is now, it's like plus 62 Democrats.
Mm-hmm. Which is why she never expected to have anyone question her.
Yeah. And Crowley took her for granted, and she won. These things happen. They slip through.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, people like AOC can galvanize younger people, but at the same time, what is she saying and doing is long-term killing her party. And that's what I think the Democrats switched gears. They went from long-term thinking to every 2-year thinking. Now it's caught up with them, and they're painted into a corner, and they don't know what to do because they had to go all out to get Trump out. In retrospect, I'll bet you if you asked some of the smarter Democrats that were in charge of the DNC and you gave them some truth serum and you said to them, maybe you should have let Trump win, they probably said, yeah, maybe we should have. But that's hindsight. But they don't learn. They just don't learn that what they're doing and what they're saying is destroying their own party because all they care about is the next 2 years.
That's it. They're always fighting just to get to the next election. Let me ask you, when you speak to people on your program, and again, folks, for people who don't know, John Cordisco has the Cordisco's Corner, and he is a good friend of this program, as his channel. Please do subscribe to his channel and also ours. When you speak to your audience and when you speak to people in the community, what are they telling you is the number one issue that they're voting on in 2022? Is it climate change? Is it Ukraine?
Well, no. The issue is always what affects you personally first.
Mm-hmm.
And what affects people personally the most, I look at the demographics for my channel, and it's mostly people over 40. And they're mostly 80% male. It's starting to come up a little bit with women. But anyway, their thing is, John, these people are a disaster. I've got to choose between paying my gas bill and putting food on the table. I have seniors contact me, and they say, John, I should apply for food stamps, but I'm too proud. And I tell them, well, listen, the food stamp program is for people that are struggling, especially seniors. Why don't you do it? It's not a matter of pride. You pay taxes your whole life. You put it into the system, and now it's time for the system to help you in your time of need. And that's what all I get. I got to hold on to my car for another 5 years. I don't know how I'm going to pay for the repairs because I can't afford a new one. I can't afford a new or used one. And it's just one thing after another, but it's all financial.
But let me ask you this. Because for people who don't know, when you were in elected office, city council in Binghamton.
Early 2000s, I was a city council member,
Right. And you're in the Democratic Party. You're a Republican now.
Back then, yeah.
So a lot of people you may know, I imagine, are Democrats that are experiencing these economic issues, struggling, and are they still telling you, but I'm still going to vote Democrat?
Well, I still talk to some Democrats. Some are elected officials, some are former elected officials, and we text back once in a while and we have private conversations.
Of course.
95% of them, basically, paraphrasing, say the same thing. John, you're right. Democrat Party is a disaster here locally, countywide, statewide, national-wide. They're a disaster. But we can't say anything, and we don't know what to do. So they just stand by and watch.
It's great. They have to speak up. This is why why people need to vote. Because I've said it before. six in every, let's say out of 10, if 10 people are available to vote, on average, 4 or less vote other than during a presidential election. And that means 6 out of 10 people don't have a voice. They might as well not exist. If you're not voting, you don't exist. Your issues don't exist. If you're struggling to pay your electric bill, you're struggling to get food for your family, you don't exist if you don't vote. And I think that's the thing that will change the economy and change the nation is if we see 6 out of 10, 7, 8 out of 10 people actually voting, and they vote saying this, not having a plan, not having an understanding of the consequences is no longer going to work. We're not going to stand for that. I think that would actually make the change because nothing else is doing it.
I understand that, but then you see polls like we just talked about.
Well, yes.
That say 70, 80% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again. But if Biden was a candidate, 80% would vote for him. And what the hell do you do with something like that? Those people vote.
I don't have an answer. The only answer I have is not enough people are involved. Not enough people are voting.
There's going to be 42% that are etched in stone that you will never change their mind no matter what.
Yes.
You got to help with the other 10% in the middle is the only hope that we can convert, or at least make see reason.
Well, actually, no.
That's what I think you and I do.
Well, I hope so. That's what we want to reach out to everyone. I always ask.
If everybody could change 10 people's minds, it would be an avalanche. And I think you and I have changed way more than 10 people's minds. And the people out there that don't have channels, you still can.
Yeah.
Talk to your neighbors, coworkers. You don't have to get in a big Donnybrook at work over politics. You can talk like a normal person. You just got to be able to handle it well. You can't be confrontational with a we'll say a family member, even a spouse. That's an interesting conversation if you're on different sides of the aisle. You don't want to put your marriage at risk. You don't want to put your job at risk. So slowly over time, you just show them what the facts are. And I think through osmosis, it'll eventually kick in, and I hope it kicks in before November 8th.
Well, I hope so. I think it's going to be incredibly important.
I talk about inflation. I was around. I'm 65. I'll be 66 next month.
Right.
I got married in 79, right? The height of inflation. I remember when credit card interest was 18, 19%. 23
was the top I think I saw.
Somewhere in the 20s. Loan sharks didn't get that much money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember interest rates now, they're going up to 5, 6%. They were 10, 15, 18 when I was younger. So
yeah, I remember.
Take it with a grain of salt. That was a different generation. I get it. It didn't affect the people that are basically buying homes now. I understand that part. But you've got to put it in perspective.
It's still an incredible job.
When I went on my honeymoon in August of 79. We live in upstate New York. New York City had odd even gas rationing, I remember. So we were up in New England, I think in the state of Maine. And I was getting gas, and the guy wouldn't sell it to me. I said, why? Well, you have a New York plate, and it's an odd number, and today's an even number. And I went, no, wait a minute. That's just New York City. And I showed him my ID, and he still wouldn't sell it to me. Thank God we had enough gas to get to the next station. So it was a lot worse back then than it is now.
But we're getting back to
understand the worst. You think this is bad. The next 12 to 18 months is going to be twice as bad.
Well, that's why I've been saying this, and you've seen me say this on this program for months, that I've been warning people to get prepared, to buy the extra food, to stockpile what you can. I've been saying it all year.
Well, you get texts from the same mutual friend we have, Mike.
Yeah.
And he texted me the other day. He's got a year's worth now.
And that's what you need. You've got to be.
I was kidding with him. I said, when the zombie apocalypse comes, can I take you in your extra bedroom? He said, sure.
Exactly, because you've got to prepare. We've been talking about this, and thank God, and I know a few people like our mutual friend Mike, who have gone out and they have made sure that they've had chickens and they've got eggs. They've starting to raise cattle. They have vegetable farms in their backyards. They've been preparing for over a year now. Thank God we've reached so many people, and they're prepared. But there's so many more.
Here's the thing. All those people listening, you hear about guys like our mutual friend. He's an alarmist. He's an extremist. What's the worst that could possibly happen? That the whole thing doesn't collapse, and slowly over time you eat the food that you stored? I mean, that's the worst case scenario.
Or you give it to the homeless. You donate it to the homeless.
Or you just buy less of the next year and take some of your stock that you've had put away and buy less of the grocery store. That's the worst case scenario, then that's pretty good.
Yeah. You know, you've lost nothing, which is why I keep telling people every week.
Yeah, the only thing that you lost is you make sure who you tell, your family and friends. They don't think you're some kind of, survivalist nut bar. That's the only drawback. That's it.
Yeah. And people don't realize, to go back to the economy, I do remember the 70s. I'm 54. So I remember the Carter era. I remember when the gas shortage, OPEC gas shortage, which we are quickly approaching again because we've used up our oil reserves, and we're seeing news.
Which by the way is against federal law.
I know.
You can't take from the oil reserves to lower prices. It says right in the statute.
And it's a violation, one of many violations we've seen with the Biden-Harris administration.
But here's the thing, though. If you remember, we were obligated to OPEC.
Yeah.
I mean, we were at their mercy.
Yeah.
And not to bring up Trump again, because there's nothing to do with Trump. It's the issue. We were finally
energy independent.
We were in World War II. We were energy independent. And we were when Trump was president. We were exporting gas and oil.
Yep.
It was a huge cash cow for us.
Yeah. And it helped Europe as well.
And this is how quickly things can spiral out of control. They destroyed that entire infrastructure in less than a year.
6 months. Yeah.
It's amazing to me. The Crown Prince, the Saudi Crown Prince, who's head of OPEC Plus, is probably sitting in private and goes, "What the hell's wrong with the Americans?"
Their stupidity is his gain. Yeah.
What are they, stupid? I mean, the European leaders, what they say publicly is, well, Biden's a lot better than Trump. He's a diplomat. He's great. And privately, they're going, what the hell is he doing? That's the problem. We talked about before. What they say publicly and what they say privately is two different things.
And the data,
European leaders are going, what the hell is wrong with you guys?
Well, they look at the world like we do, and the global instability has increased under Biden. Nobody, I don't care what they say publicly. Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, publicly was very kind to Biden, and then turned around and cut OPEC prices, knowing that the oil prices would go up.
It's starting to turn even in Europe with a new prime minister in Italy, probably the oldest, arguably the oldest country in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And where's all the feminists? That we have the first female prime minister of the oldest country in Europe. We get crickets.
Because she's not a woman, just like I'm not black. Because we don't obey, so therefore we don't qualify. It's like in the Florida 20 with Drew, who's running in that race. We're not black.
And it's good that here in this country, and even in Europe now, with her and many others, and I forget his name, the guy in Brexit, they're starting to speak up, and they're not backing down. In the old days, conservative people, just don't call me a racist in the New York Times, and I'll do what you want. Now, the Republicans and conservatives, a lot of them are saying, I don't give a damn what you think.
No,
I'll just say it again, and I'll say it twice as much. If you don't like it, too bad. And that's a great attitude to have, and that's why we're winning.
Well, you're thinking of Nigel Farage in terms of Brexit.
Farage, yeah. I mean, I stopped giving a damn about people that don't like me a long time ago.
More people have to think like that. We have been so addicted to social media and people liking us to not understand whether they like you or not has nothing to do with how they impact you. People liked Obama. He was a bad president with bad policies. Some people like Biden. He's a bad president with bad policies. He is not effective. Yeah. That's something I try and get across every week. It doesn't matter if you like him.
Yeah. Even here locally, there's a local website called BC Voice. I know you know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know the owner pretty well. Well, I just got a message a couple of days ago. I usually post my videos on YouTube, and then I'll put a link and a picture on BC Voice.
I should do that. All right.
And this guy come after me. Everybody scrolls by your stuff. You're an effing idiot. You're an a-hole. You're this, you're that. And he was just ripping me out. I thought to myself, this is great. I'm getting to him. I was actually encouraged.
But
And,
that's
I'll put a smart remark like, "Well, thank you for those kind remarks."
yeah, yeah, they hate that.
It's great. It's great that they're getting pressed. It's great that they're getting stressed. As Matt Gaetz said, "Well, you're offending some people," and he said, "Well, let them be offended. I really don't care."
Being offended is not a crime, nor is it a microaggression, nor is it violence.
It's not a policy position.
Yeah, it means nothing.
No, it's great, and I'll tell you, I'll get one of my shorts will get a couple of thousand views,
Hmm?
and then I'll start getting the libtards, as I call them, start commenting, and I'm great. I think it's awesome that we're aggravating people on that side of the aisle. It's my intention to be as irritating, as aggravating as I can on that political side.
Well, I don't do. I don't want to aggravate people. I want to highlight the problems. I want to highlight the problems so we can fix them.
Aggravating. See, here's why aggravating is very effective. Because they always react badly.
Yeah, but
that's how they lose credibility.
But they've been
poking the stick. Poking them once in a while does reap benefits. It reaps the benefits because they have indefensible positions, so they attack you personally, and everybody can see it, and that's constructive.
There is a certain, you have to be thick-skinned to get through that, and I know what you mean because I do it myself.
No,
I do understand that.
And that's how you change hearts and minds. We don't change hearts and minds. It's the people we're fighting against that react irrationally that change hearts and minds.
I wish they would be more rational. But I do see, and hang on a second because I want to, Jen.
You're just better natured than I am. That's all.
Kind of, yeah. People who know us would love that conversation.
Well, yeah, I have the Matt Gaetz attitude. They asked him the other day when he called most of the people that were protesting about the Roe v. Wade thing for the Supreme Court. He says, "You implied that they were all fat and ugly and dressed poorly and all that." And he says, "Yeah. Do you think that maybe some of them might have been offended?" And he went, "Let them be offended."
Yeah.
That's the attitude we need.
Well, yes, that is. But
We're not going to back down to these people anymore. They can't embarrass us, and they can't hurt us socially or our social credit score, any of that stuff. I don't care. And that's how we're winning, because it's their reaction to us.
Well,
giving them a hard time is what will win in the end. They'll destroy themselves. We're just fooling them along. It's like the old Napoleon saying, "Don't interfere with your enemy when they're making a mistake."
Hang on. Social credit. You mentioned social credit score, and I want to make sure people know. And then I want to move on in a minute. But social credit scores only work if you give up your rights and freedoms and accept, if you obey. They only work if you obey the dictatorship and authoritarian system that put it in place. That's why it works in China. It doesn't have to work in America.
Who said it the other day? It might have been Jordan Peterson. I'm not sure, but it sounds like something he would say. You can only be canceled if you allow it. If you kowtow and say you're sorry and do all that crazy stuff, but if you stand your ground, you can't be canceled. Yeah. You have to participate as a person getting canceled in order to get canceled.
Yeah.
And people are starting to realize that now. We're not going to participate anymore. Screw you.
Yeah. And one of the ways to fight against that kind of forced obedience, get out and vote. You have to get your voice heard. You can't be the 6 out of 10 who don't vote and have no voice. You have to vote. You must. Otherwise, you are saying, please tell me what I should do. Please give me orders. Let me be a peon, a serf. Let me be a servant. That's not what America's about.
Let me be, don't attack me. Well, it's like people used to come in my store when I had it. I sold it last year. And they say, "John, gosh, I've known you for years and you're a pretty good guy and I've been coming here a long time, but there's a lot of people out there that just don't like you because of your politics."
It happens.
And I'll say, who? And they'll mention a few names and I'll go, "I don't know any of those people, so I don't care."
Exactly.
It's like you offend somebody in California with one of your podcasts. You could care less. You don't know that person. You have no affiliation with them. They have no personal ties to you. I don't care.
If they're not attacking my substance, I don't care. If I've substantively made a mistake or there's an issue, great. I want to hear it. If you tell me you don't like the way I look, I'm old, you think I'm gray, I could care less. I don't know. It means nothing, and it shouldn't mean anything to anyone else either.
Well, we're not in a perfect world. It's just, one of the first things I learned when I was an elected official, when I was a councilman, if you become all things to all people, you end up being nothing to everybody. I learned that pretty quick, actually. First, maybe 4 or 5 months. I was there for 8 years. And I use that saying quite often after, and it's really true. You got to make your stand on the issues you believe are important, and you got to use your creativity verbally and factually and stand your ground. Don't back down from these progressive people, because that's their main tactic, is to make you back down because you have too much to lose. Well, I'm not going to participate in that. Now, did it hurt my business some? Sure. But I think that in the end, I would do exactly the same thing, maybe even worse. Like when they went after me and put a huge Trump sign in the side of my building just to make them crazy. And so what happened? They tagged me with revenge for Breonna Taylor, and all the news agencies came over, and I showed them how stupid they are for this, and it made it even worse because they spelled Breonna wrong. So they look like morons.
Well, we have to.
That's what I mean by poking the bear, poking the stick, and they'll react and not in their best interest, and that's how you win.
It's one way. That is one way. So let me do this because I know other people may want to have some comments as well.
People get tired of hearing me. They want to hear somebody else.
I always enjoy having the conversation with everyone.
Oh, yeah. It's just the thing that frustrates you and I is taking so long for the average person to finally wake up to what the hell's going on. Do Republicans have all the answers? Hell no.
No, of course not.
But you know what, though? You got to make a choice.
Yeah.
It's like you're a guy and you're at a dance, and there's 4 available girls to dance with, and they're not really that attractive. They're not that bad either. What do? Not going to dance? Ask one to dance. I mean, you got to pick the choices that are available to you. Yeah. You just have to make that decision.
No,
and what's in your best interest personally and financially, you make the choice, you go in and vote. And it's as simple as that.
It should be that simple. Just get out there and vote. It's your personal interest.
Right,
go ahead.
Well, I'll listen for a while. I was watching chess, so you should feel honored that I went away from my U.S. championship games to talk on your show. So
I am impressed because I know you feel about chess like some people feel about football.
Oh, I love chess. Yeah, I was just watching Magnus Carlsen play a blitz game on another YouTube channel. For those of you chess people out there, there are tons of chess channels, live stuff, world-class players all over the place. And I want to invite to do something non-political every Saturday about 1:30 in the afternoon. Chess players meet at Denny's in Upper Front Street. We have a room that they give us out back to use. So all are welcome to participate, even if you are beginners. We have 2 or 3 guys that love to teach people. So bring your kids. It's great for kids. Bring yourself. We have a good time. It starts at 1:30 on Saturdays at Denny's in Upper Front.
Always
all
a good
free.
thing.
No charge.
That's always good. I'm happy to make sure people hear that. So thank you for mentioning it.
All right, dude. Well, we'll hang in there, and we'll keep plugging away, and we'll see if the algorithm gives us any relief on November 9th.
We'll see. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, John.
Bye.
So, folks, just like John Cordisco with his program, Cordisco's Corner, but never feel, I want to make sure something's clear for everyone who's watching. No matter where you are in the world, number one, you have a right to speak out. Absolutely, without any question, you have a right to speak. And we want to hear you on this program from anywhere in the world, whether it's a text or you call into 607-242-1582. We want to hear your voice and your opinion about these issues that are affecting us all. Even if you think I'm wrong, I want to hear what you have to say and why you think I'm wrong or I'm right on any issue, because you matter. You're not a checkbox. You're not a category. You're an individual, and you matter. That's why your vote matters, always. 2, I want you to know, I know sometimes people go, well, Mike, you talk to John or you talk to Cordisco. You guys sound so fluid. You make it. Don't ever feel like you can't speak. I don't care if it takes a couple of minutes for you to get a thought out there to make sure you're saying it, or you're not sure if you're going to say it right. Don't worry. Speak anyway. Call in. Never be worried. Just because I've been doing this 17 years, I guarantee you, if I talk to an electrician, I'm going to sound like an idiot because I don't know anything about being an electrician. That's not my skill. I haven't worked at that for 2 decades. I've done this for 2 decades. Don't feel like you can't speak just because you're not used to doing it. That's how they try and make you obey. They try and make you stay silent because you're not used to doing it. It's like Herschel Walker. What did they say about Herschel Walker? What they were saying, oh, well, he sounded okay because he doesn't do it every day. John Warnock does. John Warnock is a politician. He's been groomed for his position. Herschel Walker played football. He wasn't a politician. He wasn't groomed for that. He's a regular person for the most part. And that's the difference. And you have a voice. Just because you don't use it all the time doesn't mean you shouldn't. You should. Don't be afraid. Never be afraid because you are not alone. And I tell you, as often as I talk to people off the channel in real life about all these issues, you'd be amazed how intelligent you are in things that you feel and the things that are affecting you. And I hear it all the time. People go, but I can't say that in front of people. Yes, you can. You are smarter than you think you are, and damn well smarter than social media, the news media, or politicians give you credit for. I just want to make sure people know that. Now, let me get back to some of the issues we were talking about, some of the comments. As me and John were speaking, Jan had mentioned that she's tired of being told that her beliefs are only because of Trump when that it's Trump's thoughts, because she's been thinking about these things as most of her life. And quite honestly, that's the trap. They always like to say, well, you're just a Trumper. That's a Trumpist. I'm not President Trump. You're not President Trump. If President Trump wants to come on to the program, I'd be happy to have him and to hear what he has to say. But he's not. And until he does, you're not Trump. I'm talking, John Cordisco isn't Trump. John Rasucia isn't Trump. Jan and Mike Bowie and Bell and Bobby, you guys aren't Trump. You're individuals. Don't let them lump you into some category, some checkbox, so they can just say, oh, well, that means you're a racist. Well, that just means you're a sexist. No. You're a human being. You have your own thoughts. That's their trick. They want to silence you and say, well, you're just like them. You're those radicals. No. You're an individual. And it's because they want to be part of a crowd. They don't want to be individuals because they want mob mentality. They want mob rule. And that's what we're getting out of the Biden-Harris administration, which is why he's not paying attention to the economy. It's why he's not worried about the food crisis. He's got food. He doesn't have to worry about illegal immigrants on his property. He's not worried about crime. You know who's worried about? Lee Zeldin is worried about crime. Remember, Lee Zeldin, the man, he had, because Democrats called for it, a guy tried to kill him on stage. His daughters were endangered because 2 kids got shot in front of his house because of the Democrat policies on bail reform, on gun control that have been completely ineffective. Not Kathy Hochul. She's got private security. She's flying on a jet across this state, $350,000, if not $500,000 of your tax dollars to fly her from one end of the state to the other, as she's provided security 24/7, and she lives in a private home that has more security than most prisons. She's not worried about someone shooting at her home, her family, but she's going to tell you, you don't need a bulletproof vest. You don't need a firearm to protect yourself. Don't worry, the government will take care of you. No, the government isn't having a police officer in front of your home. And this election is about protecting you. It's about protecting your home, your family. That's what this election is about. Yes, it's about the economy. It's also about you as an individual and your rights and your freedoms. And Democrats in the major news media don't want you to think about that. I do. Whether you agree with me on every point doesn't matter. That's what this election is about. Because if we do not go out and vote, you're going to see abortion is going to be legal and they're going to kill babies at the moment of birth. If you don't vote, you're never going to be able to protect yourself with a passive bulletproof vest. You're not going to be able to protect your family and your property by having a firearm in your home. You're not going to be able to speak up and talk about anything. They're going to institute that social credit score and say, oh, you don't get the right to have a bank account. Last week, it was just a week ago, PayPal told you, if you don't obey, they're going to take away your money and your ability to bank. That's the social credit score. That's what they're planning to do. If you don't vote, they are doing this. The only thing that's stopping them is that you might vote them out of power. That you might make your voice heard and they will have to obey, because in America, they obey you. Chuck Schumer doesn't get to make the choices. You get to tell Chuck Schumer what choice he makes. You get to tell Nancy Pelosi the choice they make. They've convinced America that it's the opposite way, that you obey them. That isn't true. That's the Middle Ages. That's not America. Speaking of the social credit score, Jan mentions, hell yeah, she's worried about the social credit score because the number one issue that will be used against you is your political affiliation. Gee, have we seen that on Twitter? Have we seen that on Facebook? We see it on YouTube. We see that in Google. We see that now in banking, whether it's GoFundMe, whether it's PayPal. We're seeing this. Look at the credit card companies that are taking down if you buy a firearm and they have a special code just to identify you. We are seeing this more and more. And the fact is, you have to speak up. Otherwise, they will keep doing this over and over again. It's one of the reasons why we see mortgages are up 20%, up a 20-year high, because they're not focused on it. They told you it's okay. Don't think about it. That's what they're saying. Don't think about it until after the election. And as we have said on this channel before, we expect within 2 weeks after the election, they're suddenly going to mention that the United States is in a recession and that it's going to be a bad recession that's going to last at least until 2024. That interest rates are going to go up to at least 5%. That you're going to see inflation at least at 15%. That you're going to see your store shelves empty by 25% of the shelves. They're going to tell you all the truth after you can't have any power to take them out of power. That's when they're going to tell you the truth. And you can't wait for that. You need to speak up beforehand. Let your voice be heard. Now, I did want to take a moment to step away from the big issues for a second. And I wanted to let everyone know, you don't have to worry about Armageddon anymore. Hang on. No more worries about Armageddon. Armageddon will not happen. By the way, Jan mentions if Republicans take over Congress, they will put Democrats going to blame them. I've mentioned that before in this program. You're going to see right after the election, if Republicans win the House and they win the Senate, you're going to hear Democrats blame everything on Republicans in 2023. Everything will be because of the Republicans. The food shortage is because of Republicans. Energy prices because of Republicans. The immigration crisis is because of Republicans. They're going to blame everything. The fact of the North Korea and the missiles that they're firing are because of Republicans. You're going to hear that because they're going to set them up so that they can say in 2024, see, you let the Republicans in and now the country fell apart. Don't fall for that. You need the Republicans in to stop the bleeding. That is the fact. We need to change our course. If you disagree with me, 607-242-1582. Call in, tell me why I'm wrong. If you think the predictions that we are making on this program that have come true 80% of the time, if you think we are wrong, I'm happy to hear you tell me why. I'm happy to have that conversation. Tell me where the rainbow is behind the cloud that is the Biden-Harris administration. Please Tell me where is the silver lining in the storm clouds that are the progressive agenda. I'd like to hear it because I don't see it. And I don't think anyone else sees it either. I don't even think the progressives see it. They just don't care. Because as long as they keep pushing forward, they get more power. And that is the only thing they seem to care about. I could be wrong. But I mentioned Armageddon. And it's not the Armageddon that you're thinking about, not nuclear Armageddon. That's not what I'm talking about for a second. I did want to mention, because I don't think anyone noticed this, that we finally figured out how to stop the rock. Remember the movie Armageddon? That's the one with Bruce Willis, right? Where the rock's coming at the Earth and they had to blow up the asteroid. Well, we don't have to do that anymore. So if you were thinking that you were going to join NASA and go on to an asteroid and save the Earth, not going to happen anymore. They figured out how to stop that, so they say. That we have an answer. So asteroids hitting the Earth and wiping out the face of the Earth isn't as much of a threat as it used to be. But that's happening in the background. And that's the positive news. The not so positive news is North Korea. North Korea fired more missiles. They fired another missile, actually several missiles, and they fired their artillery, and they had their planes flying over South Korea, our ally that we're supposed to be protecting. And they're threatening our allies in the Southeast Asia. Again, just as we see the Chinese Communist Party reinforce and stand behind President Xi, Chairman Xi Jinping, and they are confirming that they are moving forward with their communist doctrine, that they're trying to take over Southeast Asia. And we have seen that North Korea is key in being able to do that, threatening Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea all at once. And the news media isn't telling you about it. They don't want you to think that the Biden international policy has completely failed, that North Korea has no respect nor any fear of the United States. Because again, they're firing not just missiles, not just artillery shells, they're flying fighter planes over South Korea. They are threatening South Korea, and this has been escalating. For the last 20 months, they have been escalating the problem. And the problem is we have a weak president who has a weak, if not non-existent, international policy. And they know it. And so this is their time to make it difficult, to try and take as much power as they can. And they are actively doing that. This is why you need to vote. Because North Korea isn't afraid. Under a weak president, we make bad decisions. They know that, and they're taking advantage of it. And when I say it's bad, this is the number of missiles that have been fired under every president by North Korea since they became a nuclear power, going back to 1984. That's the Clinton era. And what we can see is, quite simply, this is 2022. That is 41 missiles. 41. That is more than any president ever. It is more than any average in any year ever. In fact, it is more than most years combined. You could take the entire 1990s and you can get to the same number. This is ridiculous, folks. 41 missiles, hypersonic missiles that we cannot shoot down that are threatening North Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, all of our allies, threatening the United States, saying that we are too weak to protect our friends and to stop North Korea from, remember, these are missiles that could hit the United States. They are threatening you, not just our allies, they are threatening you. And they are saying they don't fear and they do not respect the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats that are in control today. They feel free to just shoot wildly, randomly, and consistently into the air, telling you they don't care what happens next because they have no fear of what we're going to do. This is what's on the 2022 midterm elections. to control, to stabilize the world, and to tell these rogue nations like North Korea that they cannot continue to threaten our allies, to threaten us, that there is a consequence for their actions, because at the moment, there are none. And if anyone wants to tell you, no, it's all okay, they have a plan, 41 missiles later, no, they don't. The evidence says they have no plan and they have no clue what they are doing. That's the fact. And if we continue down this path, and if this is not something that you are voting on, it is your national security. This is impacting you as well as our allies. This is about global stability, and it starts with voting in efficient, effective people into Congress that will address this. No one is talking about it. Nancy Pelosi, she was over in Taiwan. She's not talking about North Korea. As Jan mentions correctly, Kamala Harris was over in South Korea and made the problem worse. It's not even that she didn't mention the problem, she made it worse. Since she was there, they have fired 7 missiles and launched their fighter planes. They have gotten worse because we don't have effective leadership. We don't have leadership that's respected. You know, you want to say that Ronald Reagan was a cowboy. You want to say that Donald Trump, or the news media say Donald Trump was some kind of wild man. Guess what? The world was stable. They had fear. If they didn't respect him, they feared him. They feared America, and they stayed calm. People weren't dying as much around the world because there was more global stability. That's not happening now. Between the food shortage and the actions of Al Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban around the world, let's not forget, ISIS went into Burkina Faso in the middle of Africa. They committed a coup. They're out trying to take over countries around the world. They have resurged. That's directly because of what Joe Biden and the Democrats' policy in Afghanistan. They directly made that happen. They are responsible. Joe Biden is responsible for countries being toppled and civil wars increasing around the world. Directly responsible for that. And the 2022 midterm elections is an answer to say, no, we can't do that anymore. We have to be more responsible. Like it or not, we are the world police. And that's why Ukraine wants us to fight Russia for them. We are the world police. We have to think of the consequences of what we are doing. We can't just wing it, and we need to have a policy. And we need a Congress that is running as a check and a balance on the executive branch to make sure they are doing what is best for you. And that they have a plan and they understand the consequences. Otherwise, you will suffer. And that's whether you're an American or you're in the United Kingdom, if you're in India, Peru, Chile, Canada, anywhere in the world, this is affecting you. If we are not a strong nation with a plan, then everyone suffers around the world. It's not just Americans, it's everyone that suffers. Again, if someone thinks that I am wrong about this, if you think that the Biden-Harris administration have a plan, then please show me the evidence where that is. Because I can tell you that Joe Biden's plan for energy, for making America, helping to lower inflation, to help businesses with their business costs, to be able to help you get through the winter, his plan was just delay the news, just delay the shortage of oil that will be affecting America. Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia and begged them to delay cutting oil reserves until after the election, until after he won his power. He was worried about an election and how he looked politically, not about how it's going to affect you. He didn't say, please don't cut the oil because that will hurt the world. No, he said, wait until after the election. There's a big difference between those two things. as Saudi Arabia has announced, and the Biden administration really hasn't denied. They were worried about when the cut happens because it has a political impact, not that it was happening. They weren't concerned about how much this is going to affect inflation or your electric bill or your ability to charge up your electric car. They didn't care about that. They weren't worried about the impact on food and whether or not you can get food on a timely basis, baby formula being shipped around the world. They weren't worried about that. They were worried about how this would look to independent voters, and that if the electric bill goes up, as it will in November, at the same time that you're paying your electric bill is the same time you have to go out to vote. They were afraid it will mean less power for them. That's what he was concerned about. That's the only thing they have been worried about. Will they win the election? Will they maintain power? They weren't worried about you. That's terrifying. Yes, Jan. And the Biden administration is saying, well, we're going to punish Saudi Arabia. How? That's the thing that gets me. They want to say, Joe Biden wants to say, well, you cut oil, which is OPEC's right, and it's going to make his election look bad. And so his answer is, well, we're going to punish Saudi Arabia. How? I mean, think it through, folks. He's not thinking this through. What are you going to do? Joe Biden, what are you going to do? You're going to attack Saudi Arabia and turn the entire world against you so that Saudi Arabia and OPEC would shut down selling America any of the oil that we need at a time that we are not energy independent, that we absolutely need the oil from Saudi Arabia and OPEC. So he's going to start a war with them, whether it's an economic war or a proxy war or actual fighting. What's he going to do to them? Because anything he does to them will mean they will sell us even less oil. And we are dependent on that because he made us dependent. Just like the Obama administration made us more dependent on foreign oil, Joe Biden, the day he got in, killed the XL pipeline, killed the leases that will allow us to be able to take the oil and process it in America. These are his policies. This is his lack of understanding of consequences. He made us dependent on OPEC, and OPEC is taking advantage of that. And now he's going to threaten them for doing what he gave them the ability to do. Because if we were energy independent, we wouldn't care if OPEC cut oil. We make our own energy. We don't do that anymore. So what's he going to do to them? That's like going to your local farmer and telling your local farmer, you have a crop of carrots. Guess what? You're going to sell me those carrots for $1 because I need the food. And the farmer says, no, you're going to pay $1.25. And you say, well, if you don't sell me the carrots, then I won't buy any of your carrots. And the farmer says, that's fantastic because I got someone else who'll buy it instead. And by the way, since you want to be impudent, since you want to be rude and arrogant, it's going to cost you $1.50 now. Doesn't matter what I'm going to sell it to anyone else for. It's going to cost you $1.50 because you're being an ass. Who wins in that scenario? Not the person who's starving. This is what we're talking about. This is the failure. And yes, it is something, it's not even just a failure, it's also potentially a crime. As we now see that Representative Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin has pointed out that this is trying to influence a foreign nation. That is illegal. That is a crime. It is something that could be punished by impeachment. Now, Nancy Pelosi, of course, is just going to ignore it because it's before the election, because she needs Joe Biden to be looked at as a leader, at least until after the election, at least until they decide to use the 25th Amendment to let Kamala Harris take over for Joe Biden. So she's going to ignore this because they don't want him to be impeached, because this is the wrong time, because this is before an election. But the fact is, Joe Biden broke the law and he failed. And he's threatening people that he has no leverage on. We need the oil. That doesn't change. And they're not going to change their opinion because he already tried to change their opinion and it didn't work because they have no respect nor any fear of Joe Biden. And that means that you, the American citizen, are going to pay more for electricity, you're going to pay more for gas in your car, and you're going to have more inflation. It's going to affect everything you do. We need a better Congress. We need someone who will hold the executive branch, whether it's Kamala or Biden, to hold them into account and make sure that they think about what they're doing because there are consequences that affect hundreds of millions of Americans and the rest of the world. Kamala didn't think about the consequences when she went to South Korea and pissed off North Korea. Now South Korea is paying for it. Japan is paying for that. Joe Biden didn't think about the consequences when he killed the XL pipeline, when he shut down the oil and gas leases, not just in finding the oil, but being able to get the oil to America. He didn't think about the consequences. Today, you're paying for that. You're paying for it in your electric bill. You're paying for it in higher food prices. You're paying for it in more inflation. You're paying for what he did because he didn't think about it. He didn't think what happens when America stops being dependent on oil, and now you're going to pay for it even more because OPEC is taking advantage, because America has no other choice, because there is no other option. If someone disagrees with me about this, if you think that I am wrong, I'm happy to hear you tell me why. I beg, whether it be Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, I'll even go on the state level. Let's go with appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, Donna Lopardo, Jason Garner, the Broome County executive. Donna Lopardo is the assemblywoman of the 123rd District. Josh Riley, who I know for 7 years, who's running for the New York 19. I'm happy to hear any of these candidates come up and tell me why they think I am wrong. I will debate Adam Schiff. I will debate Speaker Pelosi. I will even talk to, what's her name, in the Florida 20th District, which is Sheila McCormick. I'll be happy to have a debate with you about what the Biden-Harris policies, what the progressive agenda has done to America. I'm happy. Call in. I will give you as much time as you need. Let's have that discussion. And as everyone knows on this channel, I have been begging all of these leaders to contact us to answer the questions we have asked. And for 20 months, not one of them will respond. For 20 months, their only concern was about winning the next election, not answering questions. They want you to obey, and they want you to be silent, and they have no answer. It's crazy. I know Jan, Mike, Bowie, everyone watching, I know you know this, but we need to reach out to the people who don't know this. We need to speak to other people. And that's why we often ask you, please, if you find this informative, educational, even if it's only entertainment, whether it's in the background or you're watching actively, please like, share, subscribe. We ask you only for that. Help us get to 1,000 subscribers. Help us reach more and more people around this nation so that they will make up their mind for themselves, so that they will not just blindly obey, so that we will have plans and we will have taken into account the consequences of the actions of our government so that everyone is in a better place. Because without it, we're looking at a recession that's going to go on until 2024. Because without it, we're looking at inflation somewhere around 15, 18, 20%. We're looking at going back to the stagflation of the 1970s that I know most people on YouTube and social media, you've never experienced the pain that is. I'm 54. I remember that pain. And those who are 20, 30, you're about to find out. You're not going to like it. Not at all. But I want you to know your voice. But if you think I'm wrong, if you think what we're talking about is incorrect, I am happy to hear those voices, whether it's from an individual or whether it's from these organizations or these so-called leaders. Let's hear them. Let's hear them answer the questions. They've become very, very comfortable about not being questioned and demanding and just ordering people around. That's not an American system. That's not freedom. That's a dictatorship. Yes, I heard about, Jen just brought up, what about the news that Nancy Pelosi wanted January 6th to happen, that she was aware of what the consequences would be, that this was part of the political manipulation of the American people to try and get votes, to try and win the 2022 and 2024 elections, that they manipulated the American people. I heard about that. And I'm not surprised. Because they have been using January 6th, it's a TV show that is meant using your tax dollars. The January 6th TV show, produced by Hollywood producers, has only been about one thing: be afraid, be silent, obey, and maintain the power of progressives. That's it. It's not about finding justice. They have no intent on justice. If they were looking for justice, they'd actually show you the video of the police beating an unconscious woman on the steps of Congress. Unconscious. Capitol Police were beating a woman unconscious, laying on the ground, and they were beating her and she died. If they were looking for justice, they'd be talking about that. If they were talking about justice, they would show you the thousands that were let into the Capitol where police opened the doors and said, go walk on in. They don't want justice. They want power. I'm happy to have that conversation with anyone that thinks I'm wrong. Let's have that discussion, because you're not getting that on the TV show, the reality TV program that is called January 6th. You know, it's terrifying me, folks. And we see this so many places. There are 3 regional wars that are about to happen that we are getting closer and closer to. Russia is one of them. Ukraine keeps pushing us. We've given them $65 billion, more than any country in the world has given them. We've given them $65 billion, and we've given them weapons that you can't have to protect yourself, but we're giving their people, the Ukrainian people, to protect themselves. And now Ukraine is saying, come fight Russia for us. And Russia's saying, and if you do that, we will use nukes. And the answer from NATO, which is essentially the United States, oh, then we'll fight you. If you use nukes, we'll fight you. Well, no kidding, of course. What, we're just going to stand back? Of course we are. Ridiculous. Oops, hang on. It's ridiculous, folks. Yes, and Jen mentions there's even more proof that Nancy Pelosi, who told the National Guard to stand down, there's more proof that she did not want this to be calm. She wanted the chaos. I know, it's terrible. No one was afraid for their lives. You heard the lie from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Those protesters were banging down the door. 1, she wasn't there. 2, it was a police officer telling her about something completely different an hour before the first protester actually showed up at the Capitol. They lied to you, but they don't think you're paying attention. They think you're only watching the reality TV show. They think you're following the headlines. And everyone who has anything else to say about it, they want to silence them, because you might actually listen, you might actually think about the consequences, and you might not vote to keep them in power. That's their biggest fear. That you might think for yourself, and you might, in thinking for yourself, come up with a different decision than they have made. and that means less power for them. That's what 2022 is about. That's what the midterm elections are about. It's about whether or not you will think for yourself and you might make a decision they don't approve of. That's what this election is about at the end of the day. I truly believe it. You may think I'm wrong, but I truly believe it. And as I keep saying, if you think I am wrong, tell me why. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. But I think it's important because we're running out of time, folks. The food crisis is affecting more and more nations around the world. We're hearing this from Foreign Policy, Daily Sabah, Christian Science Monitor, from CNET, from the New York Times, from Bloomberg. We are hearing more and more about the food shortage that we have been telling you about since January, February of 2022. We have been warning all year long about this, and the mainstream media has ignored it up until today. A week, maybe 2 weeks after the election, you're going to hear the news media tell you there is a global food shortage. You will hear American news media suddenly realize that there is a problem and that you will not have enough food for the next year throughout all of 2023. They are going to tell you that in 2023, you will see 25% of the grocery stores, the shelves, empty. Because you won't be able to vote on that anymore. And they're going to tell you it's not Democrats' fault, it's not the progressive fault, it's the Republican fault. They're going to blame everyone except themselves for something they know is happening. They know that right now in Tunisia, in Sri Lanka, in Eritrea, across this world, we know, Panama, there is a crisis. It is hurting people right now, and it's about to hurt Americans and Europeans next. They know this. They've known this for months. They just didn't want you to know about it. They don't want you to pay attention. They don't want you to think about it. And most of all, they don't want you to vote on it. They don't want you to realize, and I said I'd show you this clearly, they don't want you to think about the fact that energy is 58%. It is up year over year, 58%. They want you to think, oh, the prices are down from the all-time high. And they are up year over year, up over 2 years. That you are paying more for everything. Everything is more expensive and significantly more expensive. Whether you're renting, whether you're buying clothes, used cars, electricity, gas, food, it's all up substantially at 40-year highs. They don't want you to think about that. Because if you think about it, you may not vote for these people because they're not effective, they're not efficient, because they don't pay attention to the consequences. But you should. You absolutely should. Because what they are doing has made mortgage rates hit a 20-year high. I'm not saying that. CNN said that. That is a fact. That news came out on October 13th, Thursday. They told you mortgage rates are at a 20-year high. That's happened in the last month, and they are going higher. That means there's going to be fewer homes that are bought. That means there's going to be more mortgages that are going to fail. You're going to see more people who are going to be in foreclosure. This is a problem. It means your credit cards are going up. It means you have less money. Yes, your credit cards and your loans and everything that you have that has interest rates are going higher because they haven't thought about the consequences of what they're doing. They didn't think about how this is going to affect you. And if they win the election, they still won't care. Look, I'm not just telling you this because I think so. Oops. Let me make sure I'm here on screen. I'm not telling you these things just because I think so. Look, the news is out. Market Watch is telling you. Market expectations for 5% or higher inflation, interest rates are going to be at least 5%, maybe more. This is before they tell you that we're in a recession. Remember, they changed the definition of what a recession is so that you wouldn't vote about being in a recession. They can't say that word before November 8th. They are going to lie to you. Meanwhile, every fact that exists out there, every indication is, oh, we're in a recession, interest rates are going up, inflation is going up. All the evidence of the recession is in front of you, but they won't use that word because if they do, you're going to vote differently and they might lose power. And that's what they're afraid of. That's what's happening with 2022. And if they lose power, the world is going to react. And they know it. Hell, think about it, folks. They're going around. The Young Turks, Nina Turner, is running around right now, and she is telling people yesterday, October 15th, what's the thing? Remember, I wonder, what's the poll? What are the polls saying that Americans are worried about? The polls are saying that Americans, if you're a Republican, you're worried about the economy and crime. If you are a Democrat, you're worried about abortion, period. That's it. You're not worried about, according to the polls, Americans, if you're a Democrat, you're only worried about abortion. You don't care about the economy. You don't care about crime. You're not worried about anything else. You're worried about abortion. Okay. And what do we see? The Biden administration, well, American voters, you're worried about overall the economy. You're worried about your gun rights and making sure you're safe. You're worried about education for your kids and whether or not they're being taught CRT, whether they're being taught that if you're white, you're a racist. If you're black, you're a victim. That's what they're worried about. That's what you are worried about. Polling is telling us that people are worried about being able to defend themselves from the crime that is going rampant everywhere that Democrats have control, including in New York State, in California, in Michigan with Governor Whitmer, in Pennsylvania with Governor Wolf, in New Jersey. We're seeing this across the nation, and people are reacting to it. People are worried about illegal immigration that is costing us more and more money. Eric Adams wants to spend $1 billion, your taxes, your money, that he wants to spend $1 billion to take care of illegal aliens and to put them into hotels to live a better life than the average American citizen. He's going to spend $60,000 per illegal alien, your taxes, your money. You make $35,000 on average in America. He's going to spend $60,000 on average per illegal alien. That's your money. He's putting them in a hotel. You, not so much. And who do you think they're going to feed first? Because we already know, according to, as we showed you last week, according to the Biden-Harris administration, the Executive Order 13895, they're going to give help to people based on equity. That means illegal immigrants come before you. They're going to help illegal immigrants. They're going to help people of color before they help anyone else. Not because you don't have the same need, not because you're an American citizen, because you have the wrong color of skin. This is what they want the 2022 election result to be. This is what happens if progressives continue to have control. They're not going to care about any of the things that you care about because they don't care about things you care about. They care about climate change. They care about abortion, things that you're not worried about. And they want to take away your guns, not to end crime, to take away your rights, because they don't punish criminals. Again, if you think I am wrong about any of this, call in 607-242-1582. If you have an opinion about this, 607-242-1582, or leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook. Let us know. Tell me where I'm wrong. Yes, illegals have been coming, the Democrats have been putting illegal aliens in front of American citizens. We've seen that under Governor Kathy Hochul, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, she spent billions on illegal immigrants, just like disgraced former Governor Cuomo did. Billions on illegal aliens of your taxes to give them better lives. Not you, not to help your life, not to improve your quality of life, but to give illegal aliens, people who are criminals, who have broken the law, who are actively breaking the law every day, they want to give them your money for breaking the law. They want to reward them for breaking the law because California is a sanctuary state. New York's a sanctuary state. Martha's Vineyard is a sanctuary city. Except if those illegal aliens, show up where those elected politicians are. They can't go where the progressives live. They can go where you live. They can live off of your resources. They can live on your property and your homes, taking away your food. And they're going to take your money to give them everything you have. But they can't do it where, Kamala Harris lives. Can't do it in D.C. Can't do it in New York City, where all the stockbrokers are. You can't do it in Martha's Vineyard, where Obama might be vacationing. And God forbid he has to see illegal aliens in his neighborhood. No, no, no. There's a reason why neither Barack Obama nor Kamala Harris will go to the southern border. They don't want to see the illegal immigrants. They don't want to even think about the problem of illegal aliens. That's not for them. That's petty you. American citizens, you have to deal with that, not those elites. If you think I'm wrong, tell me how I'm wrong. If you think their priorities are America's priorities, tell me how. Because I don't see it. Nobody sees it. But what we are seeing is the consequences of their actions. 20-year high mortgage rates, inflation that's going up, interest rates that are going up 5-6%, that will be affecting your mortgages, your home loans, your car loans, your credit cards. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. And meanwhile, they're trying to tell you, to every small business owner, they want to bankrupt the United States and small business. Think I'm lying? This is Nina Turner, representative of the Young Turks. Used to be a senior fellow, and she's a former Ohio State senator. She's a professor. This is what she taught her students, that the government, has to take your money to give $2,000 to illegal aliens and to everyone. That we have to have a $25 minimum wage, which will increase unemployment. It's going to increase the number of people getting poverty. It will destroy our nation spending money we don't have. That will increase inflation. This is inflationary. This is going to bankrupt people, destroying your retirement. But she says that's a good thing. We're just going to increase taxes and just give away money. We're just going to print money. And there's no consequence. Don't even think about the consequences. Don't think. Just say yes and vote for the progressives. Follow the progressive ideology. Just do what they say. Don't consider what's the consequence. Don't think how it's going to hurt you. Just do what they say. Because they want power. Surely it's terrifying, folks. Now I want you to think, with all this stuff, and remember, what is it? The Biden administration is worried about their gun control policy. We see in New York City and New York State, they want to have the Supreme Court. They want to overrule the Supreme Court. They want to take away your right to protect yourself with the Second Amendment. They tell you this. And we know that 38% of Americans believe the Biden-Harris, they think that removing the Second Amendment is a goal of the Biden-Harris administration, of progressives across this nation. Let me ask you, has red flag laws stopped serial killers? The answer is no. We know that in California right now, a serial killer, a 40-year-old black man, was a serial killer, killed at least 6 people that we believe. We believe that this individual was responsible for at least 6 people dying, which probably means if in fact he is a serial killer, probably means 12 people died, at least. We always find out that if they are serial killers, they've been killing people longer than we think they've been doing it. And they've killed more people than we actually thought initially, if this is a serial killer. And this individual was not stopped by red flag laws. He wasn't stopped by gun buybacks. He wasn't stopped by the restrictions of safe spaces or gun-free zones. He wasn't stopped by anything that the Democrats are telling you they're going to protect you. Nothing that they have suggested will protect you from these crazed, demonic individuals like this guy out of Stockton, a 43-year-old black man who was a serial killer that the police got lucky and caught. Nothing the progressives have offered stopped him. Nothing. Because he had a firearm and he was killing people. And the red flag laws, the New York Safe Acts, the restrictions on the Second Amendment, none of that protected people. Because crazy people don't care. Deranged killers, demonic individuals don't care. This is unacceptable. But meanwhile, what's the Biden-Harris administration worried about? Joe Biden wants to insert himself into LA politics because of the words that have been said by some of the LA City Council members. He's focused on the LA City politics. He's not worried about OPEC. He's not worried about the food shortage. He's not worried about the serial killer. No, he's not worried about that. He's worried about making sure that the people in LA, the elected officials in LA, say the right things, that they don't say words that are mean or harsh. What? Because the people of LA couldn't figure that out for themselves? Because the people of LA and California couldn't hear the words and say for themselves, hey, I think that's a racist statement because I heard them say it. Not because someone told me I should have my feelings hurt. Not because of a headline. Not because of Joe Biden. I can hear what they say, said, yep, that's racist, and vote them out of office. You don't need Joe Biden for that. You don't need the power of the White House to be involved. So why is he involved? He's involved because he wants to make it look like Democrats are doing something. Because he knows Democrats aren't doing something. That's why we have a serial killer that was running loose when they're worried about whether or not their politicians are elected in LA or not. They're trying to preserve the power of the LA City Council and make sure that it stays progressive, not worried about how do you stop serial killers. The priority is on politics and their power, not your safety. Do you think I've got that wrong? Am I misunderstanding something? Because I think any American citizen thinking it through will come to the same conclusion I am. That this isn't about they're not trying to protect you. They're trying to protect their political power. Very big difference. Very big difference. Let me go to some of the comments here. So Jen mentions they don't talk about Biden's midnight flights, moving illegal alien children this week into New York City. You know, as New York City is complaining, Eric Adams is complaining about the illegal immigrants that he needs $1 billion for. He just took in an entire plane load of more illegal immigrant children because our border is flooded with them. And the Biden administration is shipping the kids around like a carton of milk, just shipping them all across the country so you don't notice that there's that many of them. Yeah, they don't care about that. Again, they're not trying to fix the problem, they're trying to hide the problem. And they're trying to blame the problem on anyone else rather than addressing the fact that there is a problem. You're right, Jen. Jen goes on to say, red flag laws, banning AKs and AR-15s, limiting magazine clips, more background checks. In New York State, they're forcing you to give New York State 3 years of your private personal information. You have to give New York, according to New York State, Kathy Hochul, according to the New York Assembly and the New York State Senate. So we're talking about Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo. We're talking about people like Josh Riley. They want you to give the government 3 years of your private personal messages, your communications, your comments, so that they can decide whether or not you get to exercise your God-given Second Amendment right to defend yourself, your family, your property. You can't do what your God and life has already guaranteed you can do, self-preservation. They will decide if you get to preserve your rights. Meanwhile, they're not worried about the serial killer and the fact that the serial killer doesn't care. They're not worried about any of those things. They want you to obey. And they've given you the lie that you're going to be safe, you're going to be fine. Just obey. Jen wonders, will the alleged Stockton serial killer, will he be released without bond? Possibly. In New York State, that he might have been released. Because we have seen in New York State, people who have been accused of second-degree murder have been released. We know that the man who was seen on videotape, on live stream, attempting to kill Lee Zeldin, he was released within an hour. He attempted to commit murder in front of witnesses and on live stream, so there is video evidence. He did that, and an hour later, in New York State, under appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, with appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, they released him an hour later. And they've done this over and over again. We have seen them release people who have committed murder or attempted murder, and they have released them. They have wiped away people who have committed arson, who have committed riots, who have destroyed property. In 2020, 2021, members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, they have wiped out all of the charges, just set them free over and over again. If the attempted or the alleged Stockton serial killer was in New York State, he'd be walking free right now. If he was in Pennsylvania and John Fetterman, who is running for Senate, John Fetterman, the stroke victim, has already stated over and over again in his campaign that he would release serial killers, he would release murderers from prison back into the population because of social justice. It's a fact. That's not guesswork. That's not supposition. That's not conjecture. He has said that he wants to release John Fetterman, or John Fetterwoman, as he's called himself as well. He has said that bail reform, social justice, means that you must release convicted murderers, serial killers, mass murderers must be released from prison and allowed to go back into the public. This is what the 2022 midterm elections is about. Because if John Fetterman or John Fetterwoman were to get in power, he wants to release the alleged Stockton serial killer back into the public because he's black. Yes, let's be honest. Because the alleged Stockton serial killer is black, John Fetterman and the progressive ideology in the intersectionality, the critical race theory says, the social justice says he has to be released. He has to be released because even though he is accused of killing at least 6 people, and if he is a serial killer, as is alleged, we have historically seen that once we arrest him, we find out that the number of people they have actually killed is usually double, if not far, far more. This accused serial killer, if he is a serial killer, will be released back into the public if John Fetterman and the progressive ideology, the Democratic Socialists of America, the social justice warriors have their way. He would be released back onto the streets to kill more people. If there is any progressive out there, if there is any Democrat out there that disagrees with what I am saying, I am happy to hear what you have to say. I will be happy to go over the data with you. I will be happy to prove my point on the evidence that exists on everything that I have just said, besides what I am showing on the screen today and is in the description of the video. I will be happy to go over the evidence historically, year by year, showing that I am correct, that red flag laws will not stop and have never stopped serial killers, nor do any of the gun control laws, and that social justice is about releasing these serial killers back into the public to endanger the public, where you as a citizen cannot defend yourself even with wearing a bulletproof vest, which is passive self-defense. You can't do it. It's a crime in New York State. So Kathy Hochul would release the Stockton serial killer. In Pennsylvania, John Fetterman would release the Stockton serial killer, alleged serial killer. They would release him back into the public, and you couldn't protect yourself. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Jan.
Hi, Jan. Hey, Jan. Is this the Jan that makes my comments?
Yes.
Oh, Jan, how you doing? Good to have you on.
I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to call in and tell you how much I appreciate you, not only for this channel, but every Friday night on Liberty First Foundation. As you know, I stay up to date on a lot of things.
Yes, you do.
But I learn so much from you.
Well, you do a great job. And Jan, I always appreciate when you're around, because sometimes, more than a few times, people don't realize I follow a lot of stuff, but I can't follow everything. And sometimes you found things and bring it to my attention, either on this program or on Liberty First Foundation every Friday at 9. And it's like, oh my God, I didn't even know that. And I love it. I love that you keep me on check and on paying attention to the big things.
Right, right.
So let me ask you this, Jan. You've been watching the show today, and I'm talking about 2022 and the things that are going to affect it. According to what we're seeing from the news media, women are supposed to be worried. The only thing that women should be concerned about in the 2022 election is abortion.
Well, the women that I know, whether they be straight or gay, that is not their number one issue. The economy is the number one issue. Gun rights are an issue. Gas prices, food prices, wars. I mean, the Democrats have it so wrong. It is about power for them. And the good thing that I see, and I've stated it before on other live shows, there are a lot of people in the gay community waking up.
That's a good thing.
There's so many new movements that are happening because they're walking away from the gay QI plus community. They're realizing that the things that we fought for in the 60s, 70s, and 80s is not what we fought for happening today.
Well, let me ask about that. So, a lot of people will say, and it's one of the other big things that are being said about the 2022 election is this is about gay LGBTQAI plus rights, that you can't, if you don't vote Democrat, you will never be able to identify as a toaster ever again. And I know I say that somewhat in jest, but there are people who do, in fact, identify as toasters. And they're saying you will never have that right again because Republicans are evil. But here's my thing, and here's my question. To my knowledge, in the LGBT, most people who are, gay, lesbian, whatever, they just want to live a life. They just want to be able to live their life. That's it. They don't want to be in politics. They just want to live.
Exactly. The original reason why we fought for our rights was to be treated equally as anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's why gay rights marriage was a big thing for us. We didn't want to have, well, you can get married, but you can't be treated the same as a spouse.
Right. And it's
just
thing.
Domestic. That's all it is.
Right.
That's all we ever wanted. We didn't want all this stuff about, well, you have to accept us because, like the trans society right now.
Mm-hmm.
You have to accept us because I say I'm a girl in a man's body, or I'm a man. You know what? Fine. Be who you want to be. But it's not meant to be shoved down your throat so that if you don't agree with it, oh, well, we're just going to cancel you, which is what we see today.
And that's the problem.
And they're going even more of a step forward now with allowing these children to choose their identities.
See, I have to ask about that because this is also on the 2022 ballot, is allowing 8-year-olds, and this is my big thing here, they want to allow 5, 8, 12-year-olds to chop off their genitals. And they say it is evil, and I am a sexist, evil, transphobe, whatever, for not allowing 8-year-olds and 12-year-olds to chop off their genitals. Well, I think that's wrong.
Well, and this is one way you have to look at it. Democrats have come out and said that if you're under 21 years of age, you shouldn't have a right to be armed. But yet, an 18-year-old can go fight in a war for you.
Yes, that's what they think.
It just shows the oxymoronism about this. And now you've got schools that are allowing children to change their gender on their paperwork in school, have their pronouns without parental knowledge.
No, it's not without parental knowledge. It's actively not telling the parents. They're hiding it. It's not just that there aren't.
Exactly.
They're actively making sure, don't tell your parents. Only do this in school so that we can tell you how to do it. Yeah.
I know there was one mother, I saw a video, it's been sometimes within the past couple of weeks, but there was a mother that went in front of a school board and was so irate that they allowed this to happen with her child, because she said, like I don't remember what exactly the issue was, but I'm just going to say diabetes. It's like, my child is a diabetic, and now you've allowed them to change their gender, change this, do this, and how am I supposed to get my child help now?
That's a good question. They don't think about the consequences of any of this.
No, they don't. They don't. And you have a lot of older teenagers and young adults coming out now making videos about why this whole gender ideology thing is wrong, because they wish that after seeing a doctor once or a psychiatrist once or twice, that they went ahead and allowed them to make these changes to their bodies.
Well, that's the problem. And I think we're going to see in the next 5 years, there's going to be a massive backlash. It's kind of like just like when from 2020 today, we need to now see the backlash of the lockdowns where we have massive overdoses, we have massive domestic abuse increases, we have massive depression and mental illnesses that are going. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Right.
Sorry, hit myself from the screen for a second. We have massive issues with all of that. And that was the backlash. Well, in 5 years, when these kids go from 8 to 13 or from 12 to 15 or they become 18-year-olds and they suddenly say, oh, the fad's over because it is somewhat of a fad now. And they are now grown and they're trying to interact with people and they realize, oh, I actually want those genitals I chopped off. I want them back because maybe she was a tomboy. Maybe that boy was a little bit effeminate. And then hormones kicked in and that tomboy, that girl becomes more feminine. I know many women who are tomboys all their life. Some are gay, some are straight, some are mothers of like 10 kids.
Right. Well, and there's a lot of us that are saying, like me, I am such a tomboy. And it's like, thank God this ideology wasn't around when I was a child. Because, you know, what would have happened if my parents would have said, oh, yeah, go ahead, change to a boy? No, I'm a tomboy. I'm happy being a female. I just like to go out and play football and play my sports and work on vehicles and, you know, all that other stuff.
But am I wrong in saying that part of the agenda right now, and that's in the 2020, this is the 2022 consequences of the election, is that they're going to force schools and parents to say, oh, don't let your kid grow and make a decision. Don't let them become an adult and do whatever they're going to do as an adult. No, you have to do this decision now when they don't understand the consequences, which is why they're in school, to learn how to deal with consequences and have knowledge. No, before they learn any of that, you're going to do that now or else.
Yes. Well, and that's why I agree with, I forget what state it is. Oklahoma, possibly? God, I can't remember what state. But they're coming out, they're trying to pass a law right now that if you allow your child at 8 years old to do this either the medicine to stop the puberty or to allow them to start changing their gender before the age of 18, that you will be hit with child abuse.
I believe that was, and I'm just double checking myself on this, Alabama.
Alabama, there you go. Yeah. Well, I was a little off, but I knew, like I said, I knew it was, and I think it's, there's a lot in the gay community that are standing up and clapping.
I think they should be because it's perfectly, you know what? I've said it many, many times, and I know I make it somewhat, perhaps it's crass, perhaps it's funny. I don't know how people take it when I make the reference to the toaster. But quite honestly, I don't care what a human being, an individual, wants to associate themselves or do with their body. If they're only affecting themselves, go for it. You're an adult. You understand the consequences of your actions, even if those consequences are bad for you. It's not my job to protect you from making bad decisions. It's not. And, excuse me. And it's just like when they say, well, we should legalize drugs. And if I, as a conservative, say, well, if we legalize drugs, some people will make bad decisions. They go, no, that's okay. They can make that choice. And they say, no, that's all right.
Well, and that's a point that I was going to bring up. If, they say that you can change your gender at 8 years of age. Well, okay, are you going to allow them to go out and buy beer? Are you going to allow them to go out and get their driver's license? What are they setting the society up for?
Yeah. If they have the right to make these other choices, why can't they drive? Why can't we let 8-year-olds drive? Oh, but they're not responsible. They're not capable. Yeah, then why are you letting them chop off their genitals? Isn't that the same logic? they don't know enough, they're not capable enough, we aren't going to let them do that. And we shouldn't.
Then it goes back to, I think it was Schumer that said about the gun thing. Well, they shouldn't own guns if they were under 21, but their brains aren't developed enough. We need those low usage brains to go out and fight for our country. I mean,
well, they
what
want
a
16-year-olds to
statement.
go and vote. We've seen that as well.
That started a couple of years ago.
But they're not,
Because they want more votes. That's why.
of people who don't understand the consequences of what they're doing, because they don't focus. Am I wrong in the show today that we're talking about consequence? They don't have a plan, they don't have a policy, and they aren't talking about consequences. They're talking about get to the election. That's the only thing I hear is get to the election, win the election. What about the consequences of that election? Like, has anyone talked about the food shortage? Besides this channel, anyone? I don't know. I don't see anyone talking about it.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you go in case anybody wants to call in. I'm not I'm getting out. I'm more of a keyboard boy.
That's all right. You know what?
But I did, sitting here, it's like, I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate what you do.
Well, Jen, I appreciate the fact that you're here and you talk with me, whether it's on the keyboard or whether you call in. I appreciate and I thank you for being part of my audience always, because you're great.
Well, I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. So, folks, as you can see, just like Jen was just on with us, you too can call into the program at 607-242-1582 from anywhere in the world to talk about the issues that matter to you. And to, whether you agree or disagree, to point out your point of view. I'm happy to hear it. To give me the substance of why you think, what you think the consequences are. Because you matter and your vote matters. Don't believe in this lie that has been pushed by progressives over and over again that your vote doesn't matter. That is a lie. Your vote matters a lot. If it didn't matter, then you wouldn't be seeing in the Florida 20th Congressional District, you wouldn't be seeing the Democrats spend $4 million against a candidate who's only been in the race for 3 months and only has raised just under $100,000. She wouldn't be spending $4 million. She wouldn't be worried. She wouldn't be terrified that she's going to lose if it wasn't for the fact that she knew every vote matters. Your voice matters. They know this. They just don't want you to think about it because they want control. And I think it's very important. I think Jan brought up a great point. Alabama's ban on medication for trans youth, this is something that was being blocked on May 14th. But the key here is we're talking about minors, not adults, not grown individuals who can make their own choices, who understand the consequences of their actions. We're talking about children. Now, I'm not a doctor and I'm not giving anyone medical advice, but I think it's pretty important that we understand that as adults, we have the ability to understand the consequences of our actions, and children don't, which is why we treat children differently. That's why our government protects children, or is supposed to protect children, that we're supposed to look out for them. This is important. And we can't continue to keep saying, well, if this is my group, this is my checkbox, you can't question it. I'm sorry. Gay people aren't LGBTQ. They are gay. They're an individual who happens to be gay. And they may be Republican, or they may be Democratic, or they could be a libertarian, or they could be in part of the Green Communist Party for all I care. They're individuals. They have their own choices, their own rights and freedoms. Why do we have to put them in a box and say you can't do anything else? It's the same thing that we see with Joe Biden saying, well, you're black, so you can't be Republican. You can only be a Democrat, and you have to vote Democrat because you're black. You have no other choice. God knows how many times I've had people come up to me and go, Mike, you're black. How can you not be a Democrat? And my answer is, why must I be a Democrat? Why? Just because of my skin color doesn't mean my life has been decided by some progressive sitting in their mansion with a wall with some intern that's filling their refrigerator with ice cream. I'm sorry, they don't get to decide what my life is, nor do they get to decide your life. But in the 2022 election, that's what's on the line. Because it is about, and it's one of the reasons why in the polling, as I showed you, Americans are concerned about education. They're concerned about the economy. They're concerned about their lives individually, their families. And the progressives are worried about power. There's a big difference. And we have to identify that, and you need to go out and vote based on that. You need to make that decision. You need to know. You should be asking, and we don't see enough news on this. This is why I'm focused on it right now, is in the in the Florida 20, you should be asking the question, why does an incumbent Democrat need to spend $4 million against a guy who's been in the race for 3 months, a doctor who's a black conservative doctor who's been in the race for 3 months? Why is she so terrified of him? Why? Because her policies aren't about the public. Her policies are about power. And his policies, apparently, are about people. There's a big difference. And they know they will lose. Democrats have lost the public on every issue. There's a reason why the approval ratings for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are so low. Because everything you point to, look at immigration, the open border, it's horrendous. We've got terrorists literally walking across the border. When you look at crime, which is up everywhere it is up. Matter of fact, I want to get into that a little bit. Let's talk about the crime. Here's something that I want to show everyone. And Dal, it is great to have you with us. Thank you for joining today. Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York State, and this is something we've seen in other states as well. In my community, in Binghamton, they had a buyback program. They bought back 88 weapons, firearms. 88 firearms. In total, in New York State, they have gotten a total since 2013 of 5,600 firearms in buybacks. That's not illegal weapons. That's just total. So whether it's a gang, whether it's a family who doesn't like guns, whatever the reason, they've gotten a total. Some of these guns were not working. Okay. And they paid them out of taxpayer funding for that. There are literally in New York State 5 million gun owners. And over the space of, 9 years, they've gotten a total, roughly 500 firearms a year on a program they've been doing statewide year after year after year. Has that made anyone safer? Have the gangs, who have God knows how many firearms, have they stopped? Have they prevented anyone from getting hurt? I want you to think about that question for a second. Because we see that in California, shock upon shock, 2 officers were killed. This was in Bristol, Connecticut. 2 police officers, where they have the red flag laws, were killed because a criminal, a leftist, decided to go after the police because that's what BLM says. Police, they go after the police. They've been going after the police since 2015 with BLM. Let me see. They want the gun buybacks. Is that making anyone safer? I want to show you New York gun laws. New York gun laws are still in effect. They are going to make sure that you cannot arm yourself. You cannot protect yourself. What was the number one thing that the Buffalo racist, psychotic shooter, what was his biggest concern? That an American citizen would be armed and able to defend themselves before the police showed up and that he wouldn't be able to kill as many people as he wanted to. That's what he said himself. And New York is saying, don't worry, I'm going to make you safe. You can't have the very thing that that mass shooter was terrified of. It makes you wonder. And I want to get, where is it? Here it is. I want to show you. This is what the gun laws, this is what the 2022 election is about. This is about your rights and your freedoms. And here we go. This is from New York State. This is the Gun Involved Violence Elimination Initiative. It is called the GIVE report or the GIVE report. You've heard me talk about this for a decade. This is the number of shooting incidents, shooting victims, and individuals killed by gun violence in New York State. And this is the latest evidence they have provided, September 13th. You can find this yourself. The link is in the description. And in New York State, with the New York SAFE Act, the red flag laws, the new restrictions on the Second Amendment, violating what the Constitution has said, violating what the Supreme Court has said, with Democrats promising that this time criminals will listen and you will be protected, what do we see is the answer? Crime is up. The 5-year average up 25%. The number of individuals killed by gun violence is up. Matter of fact, yeah, you can see it on the screen. 51%. Looking at it year over year over year, in 2021 alone, 1,230 people were involved and injured by criminal gun violence. 215 people were killed by criminal gun violence. Didn't they promise you in 2013 with the New York SAFE Act that you'll be safe? All you have to do is give up your rights. Didn't they tell us in 2018 when they passed the red flag laws, all you have to do is give up your rights and you'll be safe? Didn't they tell us in 2021 that all you have to do is give up your gun rights and you will be safe? And the evidence from New York State and California and Illinois and every single state that has been pushing to take away your rights, the answer is the same every single time. They're telling you, gun buybacks, they will make you safe. Give us your guns. We are taking your firearms. We're taking away your right to a firearm because you'll be safe. And you are never safe. They have never made you safe. Because if it did, they would show you the evidence. They would show you the data. That's the thing. This election is about the feeling, exactly what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told 60 Minutes. It's about the feeling. It's not being empirically, mathematically, semantically. It is not about being correct. It's not about the truth. It's about the feeling. And they want you to feel in 2020, it's not about the election. It's not about your bills. It's not about your ability to feed yourself and your family. It's not about your ability to protect yourself. It's not about your ability to protect your children. No, it's about the feeling of safety and fear. Are you afraid of people who have a different opinion than you? Think about it. They want you to be afraid of people who have different opinions. Opinions they don't like. Opinions that might cause you to not vote for them. It is their selfish self-interest that is motivating the 2022 election. That's why they don't want to talk about the issues you care about. They want to talk about the issues that will make you feel like you're better off. You will feel safer. You will feel like you did something, that you did something. And the only thing that happened is they got to be in power a little bit longer. Your life has not empirically, mathematically, semantically, it has not factually improved. It was never about that. It was about the power of these elites. If there is any Democrat, is there any progressive that would like to dispute that with me and tell me that there is a different consequence, please do. If there is a Democrat that wants to tell me that the 88 guns that were bought back by New York State with Letitia James, if there is any one of them that would like to dispute with me and say, Mike, that made Binghamton safer, here is the numbers from New York State. And it shows you. Now, Binghamton, for some reason, didn't fill in the percentage change, but it's real easy. The answer is there is a 50% increase, about 55% increase in the violence and the crime with the New York SAFE Act, with red flag laws, with the restrictions on concealed carry, with the removal of body armor to make people safe. Every single issue that New York State has pushed through under the Democratic single party rule has been proven false. Not one thing. They've done the buybacks since 2013. And you can see in the data right here for yourself, they have not made anyone safer. You are not safer. They've done this every year for 2013 across the entire state. And across the entire state since 2013, you are not safer. We have seen the violence, the criminal actions increase 54%. Is there any Democrat that would like to dispute the numbers from New York State? They're not my numbers. It's not my guess. This isn't conjecture. I'm showing you the evidence from the Democrats themselves, from New York State government itself. This is their report. This is their evidence. And they are telling you they have failed. They have failed in this social experiment. And in taking away your right to defend yourself, you have become less safe. Not more safe, not just as safe. You are less safe today than in the past, because they have taken away more of your freedom and more of your rights. And the only thing they gave you is the illusion that you are safe. You have an illusion, and that illusion isn't protecting you. It doesn't make you feel better to know the truth, but you deserve to know the truth, because the lie, the feeling, isn't helping you. And 2022's midterm elections is about the feeling. Democrats want you to feel like something happened rather than let you understand the consequences of how badly you are being screwed over. Let me go over to the comments. So, John Cordisco mentions that he remembers the kid that we were highlighting and he came to his store a few times. That's kind of scary, John. It really is. Dow says, I bet they have a take initiative too. Yeah, it's called the current policy against the Supreme Court. These sensitive zones. Mind you, I believe it is 92% of all mass shootings, where did they take place? Gun-free zones, sensitive areas. Doesn't protect anyone. I mean, let's think about this logically. It doesn't protect anyone. It has never protected anyone. That's just a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not subjective. It's not relative truth. It is the truth. Jan says, I learned in a USCCA class the other night that 74% of mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. Actually, I believe the correct number is 92%, Jan, but I could be mistaken. I'll double check that in a second. She says 50% of those are businesses. Since 2008, 83% of mass shootings purchase guns through FFLs, and they have followed the law. They have followed the law legally. And even we've seen in Florida, in Texas, in Uvalde, we have seen in San Bernardino, in Colorado. I'm just running through. We have seen time after time that red flag laws have been used and that did not stop. The Buffalo shooter went and had a red flag used against him, and it did not stop him because they're not it's not about stopping the criminal. It is a fact that they used a red flag action against the Buffalo, New York shooter, and that shooter went through the process, and then killed people. That is a fact. It is not an opinion. That is a reality, because red flag laws don't stop suicides and they don't stop mass shooters. That's not what they're meant to do. They are meant to take away your rights and your due process. That's what red flag laws do. They take away children from families. They take away your property. That's what red flag laws do. That's all they have been meant to do, because they have never, since 1999, ever stopped a mass shooter or a suicide. That is a fact. Let me go on. So in the comments, Dow says, I was just talking with a few coworkers about the red flag laws in New York. You know, the irony is, it's Marxist doctrine to never let the worker ever be disarmed, even to the extent of using violence to prevent it. Leftists don't say that too loudly. Well, that's because they don't want people to realize that they have rights and freedoms that aren't given to them. See, you don't need human rights assigned to you. You already have the rights. But the leftists, the progressives, want you to think you only have the rights they approve of, and only when they approve them. And that's the problem. User has been banned says, with New York's expansion of gun-free zones, that will make it higher. It's like it's not about safety, but incarceration. Well, incarceration for the public. Yes, everywhere you go is a gun-free zone. Literally, one of the problems, and why one of the judges struck down New York's gun laws, is that they said, well, you have functionally criminalized 34,000 people who live around. 34,000 people live in the couple of blocks of 34th Street, Times Square in New York. And you just, in this law, you just told every single lawful gun owner that they can't have their firearms. You just took away their Second Amendment rights, not because they committed a crime, not because they ever considered making a crime, because they were part of the 99.994% of Americans who have never and will never commit a crime with a firearm. That is a fact. That is another fact. And so New York State is taking away the right of 34,000, just one example, 34,000 people in Times Square, and made each and every one of them a criminal, and they did nothing wrong. You can't do that. That is unconstitutional. But yet they want you to think they can. User has been banned says he could have used, the Buffalo shooter could have used many other things, and he would not have been. It's the person, yeah, it's the person, not the tool, the Buffalo shooter. Thank God the people who do these things aren't the brightest among us. That's very true. But there's the trial of Darrell Brooks going on right now. Recato Law is following that as we speak, and that is the trial of Darrell Brooks, the guy who ran over Americans in a parade, a Thanksgiving Day parade in Waukesha. He used a car. He's a black supremacist. It's the tool. It's not the tool, it's the person. He used his car, and we've seen that happen before. 2017 in New York City, a crazed lunatic screaming Allah Akbar ran over 8 children with his pickup truck in Manhattan. We saw a woman in 2017 in Las Vegas rammed her car into a crowd of people, including, she killed an 8-year-old, as I recall. She used the car. What happened in Columbine? They used bombs. What was attempted in Islamburg, New York? 4 Boy Scouts tried to build a bomb to bomb Islamburg, New York. That was 2019. Red flag laws, gun control, do not protect you. And the evidence from New York State shows you this. Meanwhile, Kathy Hochul, and Antonio Delgado, Josh Riley, Letitia James, they're all trying to convince you, Donna Lupardo, They're trying to convince you that the feeling of safety is the same thing as being safe. As the evidence shows us, they are lying to you. And there is, as I showed you, there is evidence. The evidence exists. They are lying to you. So the election isn't about being safer. It's about power for them, not you. They're taking away your power. They're taking away your freedom. They're taking away your rights and giving themselves more and more power, and you are less and less safe. That is the trade-off. You get less power, you get less safety, you become less of an individual and more of a servant, and they get more power. That's the trade-off. That's what 2022 is dealing with. And that's not just in New York, that's in California, that's in Illinois, that is in Maryland, Delaware, it is happening in Michigan, it is happening across this nation. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, look across this nation. That is the choice they are giving you. That's what 2022 is about, which is why Democrats want to talk about abortion and late-term abortion, killing a baby at the moment of birth. They'd rather have that discussion than actually talk about the reality and the consequences that are going to affect every single American and as a result, affect everyone else in the world. That's the reality. So let me go on. John Cordisco mentions the kid in Buffalo had his record hidden as a minor, and so that's why he slipped through. Well, there's a problem. There's yet another problem. And Dow says, but it makes no sense with the current bail reform unless it's entirely focused on incarceration of ideological dissidents. Well, think about it. The people they are trying to silence, the people that they are trying to criminalize are people who are MAGA, who are America first, who believe in America, making America great again. They want to throw me in jail, but they want to release, and again, John Fetterman has said he wants to release the Buffalo shooter and let him go back into the public. He wants to release, we just had the Florida Parkland shooter. He's just been convicted to life in prison. John Fetterman and the progressives, especially in Pennsylvania, they want to release him. They don't want him in prison. They want him to go back into the public. They want the Buffalo shooter to go back into the public. Don't have to believe me. Listen to themselves. That's part of their bail reform. They have to be released. Does that sound like that's going to make you safer? Let me go on. Oh, Jason, it is great to see that you're here. My God, Bob Wessler. Yeah, Bob Wessler. For people who don't know, in 2020, I ran for the Broome County legislator seat. Bob Wessler was my opponent. And so it seems my opponent, Bob Wessler from 2022, just rang one of our audience members' doorbell, which is pretty funny. And he's ringing the doorbell, and Bob Wessler, a Democrat, doesn't even know what district he is in. He's ringing the doorbell of one of our audience members. He's not even in that district. He doesn't even know who his constituents are. Why? Because they have gerrymandered and unconstitutionally switched up the lines. They have confused everyone. Even the candidates don't know what's going on. All they know is, do you feel safe? Great, vote for me. That's the only thing they are caring about. That's it. And again, if Bob Wessler, Donna Lapardo, Jason Garnar, they've been on this program before, if they would like to talk with me about this, if Kathy Hochul, if Antonio Delgado, Eric Adams, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Adam Schiff, Jerry Nadler, Maxine Waters, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar. I will talk with any of the Democrats, any Democrat or any organization. if BLM, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York, if any of them want to come on and have a conversation, I'm happy. Prove to me how I am wrong, because the evidence is telling you I am correct. Whether it's about inflation, whether it's about the food shortage, whether it's about abandoning Americans in Afghanistan and Ukraine, if it's about gun control and safety, whether it's about education of our kids, in every single case, everything that matters to voters and to the American people is exactly opposite what the Democrats are trying to push on you right now. Everything that you care about is opposite what the direction Democrats want to follow in 2022. And I am happy to have any of them show up and answer and discuss this, and they won't. I have been asking them for months. I have asked, hang on a second. Khan, stop. I have been asking individuals like Josh Riley, who I personally know and have known for 7 years. I've asked him to be on this program. He agreed to be on this program. He refuses to come into this program, even after giving his promise, because he doesn't want to answer the questions about gun control. He doesn't want to answer the questions about the food shortage. He doesn't want to answer any questions about the economy and inflation. He doesn't want to answer gun control. He doesn't want to talk about the issues that actually affect Americans. Instead, all he wants to do is tweet about abortion. That's his only argument. That's the same thing with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They don't want to talk about the southern border. They don't want to talk about North Korea. They don't want to talk about China and Taiwan. They only want to talk about abortion to get through the election, because they have no success. Every bit of evidence proves they have failed the American people, and they have no intention of ever helping the American people, just like Saudi Arabia pointed out and revealed the truth. It was delay until after the election, when the American people will not have power to change things, because they're worried about the election. They're not worried about what's going to happen to you, the American people. And if they don't care about you, the American people, they damn well don't care about the United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Peru, Chile, or any other part of the world. If they don't care about American citizens and their American elected officials, they definitely don't care about any other part of the world, which is why global instability is increasing. That's funny. Is my dog barking at Bob Wessler? That's funny. Could be. Probably is. He probably was barking because of the name. And I know Bob. I know Bob as a person. He's a decent-ish person. But as a politician, horrible, horrible. And I'm not running against him in 2022 because I don't have the money. If I had the money, I'd have done it. Such is life. But I want to make sure people understand what's going on here. I want you to understand. You know, we've seen this. And again, I want you to remember, John Fetterman said, progressives, the social justice movement is telling you they will release the Florida Parkland shooter. They will release the Buffalo shooter. They will release the shooter in Stockton, the alleged serial killer. They will release these people rather than let you be safe and have them in jail. No, they will release each and every single one of them. And they're telling you that releasing these criminals, these alleged mass murderers, and in the case of Florida, these actually convicted criminals, they're going to tell you that releasing them is going to make you safe. And I would ask each and every one of them, how? How does this make me safe? How does not having a policy about the food shortage that will affect people throughout the entire, from now until 2023, and I'm talking about November of 2023, how is that going to make anyone, how is that going to feed anyone? How is that going to help them? Having inflation increasing to 15, 18%, how is that going to help you pay your bills? How is it that having higher gas and oil and fuel costs, how is that going to help you get to and from work, pay your bills, feed your family? How's that going to help you? Having higher interest rates on your credit cards, on your mortgages and your loans, how is that going to help you provide for your family and for yourself? Letting criminals be the only people who are armed, how is that going to help you be safe? Not one Democrat will answer that question in 2022. Not one. Yeah, I know Susan Ryan's running around too. Again, if not one of these Democrats will answer any of the questions, not one of the elected officials or candidates will answer any of these questions anywhere in America. I have asked them across the country. They will not answer this. They will not have this conversation with you. They will turn away. They will pretend you didn't ask the question, and they will just walk away. They don't care because it's not important to them. It's not important to their ability to control you and, more importantly, to maintain power. So they will ignore it at every single turn. I mean, look at what they did with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we know for a fact. Now, they say she was heckled. But if she was a conservative and the person who spoke out, they would have been a hero. The left would consider them a hero for challenging the elected politician for a policy they don't agree with. But when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez turns around, sells out the progressive movement and funds global war by having $40 billion approved to go to Ukraine, she sold out her own people. When she is questioned, that is called heckling. But if you do it to a conservative, well, that's standing up for your rights. That's challenging them on their flip-flopping on the issues. Notice the difference in the wording that is used. It's heckling when it happens to a Democrat. It's called you're standing up for your rights when it happens to a conservative. And the major mainstream media don't cover this news. You look at CNN, they didn't want to talk about this. MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they didn't want to cover this news. They let this story die. They want people to forget that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sold out her own Democratic Socialists of America. She sold out the socialist movement, and they don't want you to think about it. They just want you to obey. They want you to vote for her, to reelect her to Congress, even though she is completely inefficient, she is ineffective, and now she is selling out her own people for power. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to have an opinion on that. Isn't that something? Again, if anyone thinks I am wrong, not just the progressives, anyone, if anyone thinks I have misunderstood this, if the evidence I am showing you is, if you think it's incorrect, if you don't think I'm using enough left-leaning sources, if you don't agree with the government data, tell me why. I'm perfectly happy to hear that. If you think I'm making the wrong conclusion based on the evidence that I am providing to you, tell me why. I'm happy to hear that. Hell, I beg for it every episode for the left to actually have an argument, to actually tell me how they think this is better for the American people. And no matter what level of government we're talking about, whether it's Bob Wessler and Sarah Ryan, whether it's Donna Lopardo in the Assembly, whether it's Kathy Hochul trying to be the governor, or whether we go into Josh Riley going for Congress, or Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the executive branch, at every level of government, the only answer you get when you ask a substantive question is silence. And from the social media, they tell you, you're a bad guy, you're evil, we have to shut down your voice. That's it. That's what they tell us. And by the way, that's the reason why we ask, please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. Help us reach 1,000 subscribers. Help us reach more people so that they will be able to speak to their politicians, so that they can quote and ask them that they can show them the evidence that I am showing you. And the links are in the description so that we can say, here's the evidence. Your gun control, every policy on gun control that you promised will make us safe has been a lie. How about all the times that they have promised that they're going to have a home run? It's going to be Micron making chips. It's going to be hemp that's going to make clothing. It's drones that are going to be in the air testing everything. They keep telling you there's a home run. They're going to change your life. It's all going to be great. All you need to do is to vote for them. And in every single case, they lied. They lied. In fact, most of the time, they made the situation worse. They're telling you that you have to believe in social justice so that they can release killers, convicted and self-admitted killers. That's supposed to make you safe. They're going to take away your body armor. They're going to take away your right to defend yourself. Meanwhile, they have a revolving door for criminals with no bail, sending them right back out as if they decide to charge them with a crime, even if they committed arson, even if they were rioting, even if they destroyed property and there's videotape of it, even if they tried to assassinate someone on videotape, like with Lee Zeldin, they will release them immediately and tell you, don't worry, you're safe. How? They don't answer that question. How am I safer? How am I safer with these criminals out loose in the nation and I can't protect myself? How am I safer? They don't want to answer that. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the Waukesha driver. They're going to tell you, well, it's just guns. What about when the Waukesha driver used a car? What about Las Vegas and Manhattan where they use cars? Oh, we don't want to talk about that. What about the black supremacists in the New York City subway 1 week before the Buffalo shooter went out? What about that guy? Why don't we talk about that case? Why are they silent about that? Because it doesn't give the right message. Because it's not going to give them power. Because if you think about it, then you won't vote for them and they want your vote. That's why Saudi Arabia embarrassed the Biden-Harris administration when Biden said, I'm going to punish Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia said, what are you talking about? All you care about is the next election. That's why you didn't want us to tell the American people that you didn't care that they cut the oil price, cut the oil production, that Joe Biden didn't care that prices were going to go up until after the election because he just wants the votes. He doesn't care. He wasn't trying to protect you. He was trying to protect his political party and the power that he has. That's it. And that's why it's important that we make sure that we're voting. God knows, I've been saying throughout this entire show, you've got to vote in this election. You can't stand on sidelines 6 out of 10 people that have no opinion. You have to vote. Look at the things we have talked about today that are affecting you directly, you, your children, your food, your job, your money, global safety. This is all connected. These things, I'm not talking conspiracy theory connected. I mean, there are physical, actual, documented connections between these things. We are seeing North Korea is firing 41 missiles so far this year alone, directly laughing in the face of the Biden-Harris administration, directly laughing in the face of the American government, saying you have no power over us and we can threaten your allies in South Korea, in Taiwan, in Japan at will and no one's going to stop them. We have Iran funding global terror at will, not concerned about the United States. Think about this, folks. This is what the world environment is right now. This is the reality. It's not the feeling. It's not how you feel about it. It's not relative. This is the factual truth. And we are watching Democrats tell you day after day, no, you just don't understand. They are smarter than you are. And even though they don't have a plan, they're going to take care of it. All you have to do is obey. Crazy. Let me go back to the comments and see where I left off. By the way, I'm happy to hear if anyone thinks I'm wrong. Happy to hear it. Yes, Dow. When I was talking about the consequences, Dow mentioned that that Democrats at every level of government, even in writing, because I've shown you the letters that I have sent out to our government about this since September of 2021. I've written several letters on this. Not one will address the abandonment of people in Afghanistan. Hell, they won't even talk about women's rights in Afghanistan. Tina mentions, hello, Tina. Good to see you here. They only care about power and money. I truly believe that. Dow Grimm says, Dark Helmet said it best. This is from Spaceballs. He's making a joke here. Quote, attracted to power and money. Yeah. Mike Bowie says, what I want to know is, will anything really change under the Republicans? That is a great question. And let's be fair. Let's have an honest conversation about that. Are we talking about individuals who believe in an America First policy? Are we talking about individuals who have stood up and said that they believe in the Constitution? Or are we talking about rhinos? Individuals who are willing to sell out all of their principles for a vote. Because we have both. There are some Republicans like Mitt Romney that don't care. Mitt Romney is more concerned about power and his appearance amongst the public than he is about standing up for the Second Amendment, standing up for voting rights. He's not really worried about that. He just wants power. There's a difference. So if we're talking about more individuals who are guided by the Constitution, who are focused on consequences, about being effective and efficient and consequences. I don't care if you like them. Let's be clear about that. I've said it many times. It doesn't matter if you like them. I'm not asking, do you want to have a beer with these people? I'm not asking you want to date these people. I could care less. What we're talking about, are they effective and efficient? And if they are, we have seen time and time again, the ones who are effective and efficient tend to be the same people who are focused on America first, our domestic policies, the issues that are affecting American citizens first. These are the same people who want to make America great again. Even if they don't say MAGA, they believe in the principle of making America great, of following the Constitution, of allowing people to have more freedom, not less. That's who we need. And if we get those people in, I think we're better off. But if you elect someone who is not that, then do the same thing we're doing that I suggest we do to most of the Democrats. Don't reelect them. There's no reason to. See, we're not stuck with these people. Let's remember, the Congress we are going to elect in 2 years, we get to elect new people if we need to. If someone is like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and she betrays, again, if she betrays or we elect someone and they betray the principles like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sold out the Democratic Socialists of America, the very same socialists that elected her, that she's supposed to be the face for, then don't elect her. And if someone replaces her and they sell out their people, don't reelect them either. Get someone else. That's the answer. We have the power. That just because they get elected should never mean that they are going to be there for the next 5 decades. Period. That's the answer. What if they don't do the right thing? Get rid of them. Get someone else in office. Vote someone else in. So Dow says we need less regulation and more individual exercise of inalienable rights and organic community action instead of a top-down control. Well, quite honestly, if you focus less on government ordering people what to do, you automatically get people more involved in their own life because you have to be accountable. You have to be responsible for yourself. You have to be self-reliant because there is no big government there with the cradle to grave clutching you and making sure they're taking care of everything and making all the decisions for you. So you will get an organic community that actually cares and works with each other just by saying get less government. Less government means more individual rights every single time. Give me a second. I'm just looking through some of the comments here. I like this. Dow says, I think, therefore I am. Leftist response, canceled. Yeah, they are terrifying. They really are. But I mean, I'm walking through all these issues, folks. And these are the issues that you, the American people, every time someone actually asks the American people, where do you stand? When they actually ask the American people, what are you concerned about? These are the things I'm talking about, are the things you are talking about. And they're the same things. Not only do I hear that, not only have people like John Cordisco and the Liberty First Foundation that we hear these comments, everyone hears these. This is what people are talking about. The politicians, they're talking about what they think will get them a vote. They're talking about something that will make you emotional and not think about the consequences. They're selling you promises, even though the facts show they could never make those promises come true. It's an amazing realization. And when people actually think about it, when you actually look at it, don't take my advice, think about it for yourself. Look at the evidence yourself. Hello, we have another guest on. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. It's always good to hear from you. Thank you for being on the program.
How's it going?
Pretty good, I think. We'll see what YouTube and Facebook think. I'm sure I'm banned again in Facebook once again for the 26th time.
No, I hear you. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I always catch the beginning of the program. I had stuff, going on between, and then I, came back, and then all of a sudden, Bob, Wessler, all of a sudden he rings my doorbell, and I see him. My wife yells at me. She says, like, somebody's at the door, and I look out, and they're walking away, and I'm going to myself. I'm like, what the hell is he doing here? Doesn't he know where the district lines are? So
no.
But apparently, I think what he was doing, he was actually helping out the other person when they redrew the line to actually introduce people to her. But they still
Bob doesn't know you.
Huh?
Bob doesn't. How can he introduce someone to you? He doesn't know you.
Yeah, that's the irony.
Bob has never. Bob didn't go out in 2020. Okay, folks. So just for people who don't know, this is a little bit of inside baseball, sort of. I was a candidate in 2020. I know, and Jason just happens to be someone who is in my district, and I know Bob Wessler. So this is the absurdity of politics in a microcosm that is happening across this nation. You have a politician elected who doesn't know his constituents, doesn't know the limit of his power, And he is trying to use his influence that he doesn't have to try and increase the power of his party without any concern for whether or not constituents care about it. Or am I misstating that, Jason?
No, good old, defund the police, Bob Wessler.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but yeah, Bob wants to defund the police, and he said it very publicly. It's clear, and yet, as I was just showing, I don't know if you saw this. I was showing it earlier in the show. All the people were saying, all these politicians say, defund the police, give up your guns, gun buyback, and as you can see on the screen right now, the evidence is all of their policies have led to more crime, more violence, more gun violence. Criminals don't care. The criminals aren't stopping. In fact, the criminals are more active today than in 2013 when they put out the New York SAFE Act, or when they put out the red flag laws, or when they started to try and stop the Supreme Court. How's that make you feel?
No, I mean, look at, you know what, I mean, we could throw all the facts out in the world. The bottom line is you got one group of people who honestly just believe, that people shouldn't, possess, firearms, period, but they live in a world where they see things as, everything's taken from them, or everything that they have is protected, either by they live in a neighborhood where, it's secure, or they actually have security that protects them. And so their perception, of reality is completely different to those who actually, require, a firearm to protect themselves on a regular basis. They just don't understand, what happens when, you don't have that ability to do so. And it's the moment that, you need, an enhanced ability to defend yourself is when all of a sudden, things click and go, oh yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I guess Democrat perception too, I guess they would just say that, they'll just blame it on somebody else if they do have a situation that, requires them, greater defense.
Well, let me ask you this. John Fetterman, just across the border, 15 minutes away in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, or John Fetterwoman, as he likes to be called, his words, he said it in a speech, John Fetterwoman has said definitively that he, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the squad, believe in social justice, that they want to release criminals who have been convicted of murder and release them from prison. Does that make you feel safer?
Well, you mean social justice? I mean, so what social, are we socially meaning that because they're, women that they're trying to release, or,
No, they want to release they want to release, according to John Fetterman, all criminals from jail.
Well, so the demographic of justice that socially they want to do is just, criminals. So you have, people who are non-criminals and people who are criminals, and social justice basically means letting criminals free.
Yes.
Yeah. So
from prison, yes.
So, I mean, that's just a total, I mean, look at that's just completely lack of faith in the system. Because the thing is that, we have certain laws and certain penalties that are implemented. And if he has a problem with the penalties that are being implemented, then that's something that could be taken care of on a legislation, kind of basis, and, based on there. And then from there, once they legislate, then the judge will have the ability to, dictate, what the term that the legislature comes up with. But I mean, for Fetterman just to come out right, like you can say, hey, you know what, I know better than what elected officials who are put in power to write laws could do, and he's just instantaneously going to say, you know what, this isn't right, I'm just going to undo it because I feel that it would be socially justice. But the question is that, I mean, look, when we talk about social justice, there's only one thing that social justice really means, to the Democrat Party, and that basically means that there are too many brown, and black-skinned individuals who are being incarcerated, and the only way to basically make things just is to completely release everybody out of prison.
The majority of people who are in prison are not people of color. They're white.
No, they're not. But the thing that's see, the thing is too is that's the Democrat Party for you, because what they call it the soft bigotry of low expectation. Because automatically, social justice to them would mean, to free all, black and brown people. But the thing is that, and then so they automatically assume that the majority of black, of people in prison are black and brown, and fourth, that's, unjust socially, and so they have to release everybody. And by doing so, like I said, it's the soft bigotry of low expectations. Because, like you said, the majority of the people who are, overall that are in prison, are not, black and brown skinned.
Well, you know what? If we take them at their word, and my screen's frozen at the moment, but if we take them at their word on what they're saying, then the accused Stockton serial killer would have to be released. This is California. This is their policy. This is social justice. He's black. He's 41, black, or 43. He's black. He's a alleged serial killer, and they're saying that he needs to be released into the public. That this is their policy. This is what their policy means. I want to show us. Where is it? I have the article. I just want to bring it up so people can see exactly what I'm talking about here. But according to their policy and their belief, you have to release him. How does that make you feel?
It's frustrating. I mean, I think one of the things that makes me most frustrated about the fact is that they're doing these policies, and you have to ask the question: is that why are they able to get away, still win elections with this? And there's only one reason why, is because once you basically voice your opinion against this sort of thing, the people are saying no are being silenced on social media, in their inner circles, and so, or not even their circles. Basically, Facebook says, hey, well, sorry, you can't speak against that, because if you're against, releasing all prisoners, then, you're a bigot, you're racist, and we're going to have to, throttle your speech because we don't want it to show up. Or, if you have a comment on, Twitter, or you have a comment on Facebook, we'll just put it in one of those, little columns that says has to be approved, by somebody else before you can actually have your words read by everyone. I mean, there is no logic and reason to this.
No,
I mean,
you can even look at what they're talking about. So, as an example, there's in Connecticut, 2 officers killed in AR ambush. What if this is again just like what we saw in 2015, where there was a BLM activist sniper shooting police in Dallas? That was 2015. People can look it up. And what if the guy who did this Thursday is black, just like it was in Dallas? Are we supposed to release the Dallas sniper and whoever killed these officers in Connecticut? Are we supposed to release them just because they're black? Does that make anyone feel safe? Does that sound like justice for anyone?
I would honestly it really does come down to it. Your frustration as well is to actually get these people on the record to actually say so. Look, if you're talking about Fetterman, I mean, if he wants to talk about people he'd want to release or people he wouldn't want to release, I mean, this is one of the advantages that the Democrats have when they actually put, individuals up on, for election that are completely, well, for another word, just not, well, I don't even know. I mean, just mentally incapacitated, I mean, the bottom line is that you can't criticize them. You can't say, that they're wrong. And then even if they go to an extreme point where these are the policies that they're going to be implementing, somebody would go, well, you know what? He had a stroke. He doesn't really mean that.
He meant it. Well, he actually meant it when he said it to, it was the Penn Live editorial board. Fetterman.
Was it before or after he had the stroke, though?
Before.
Yeah. Well, I guess then we have to hold him comp. You know, I don't know. There are no rules when it comes to the Democrats though and what they're doing. It is surprising that he's even in the race, and then we always question too. I know that everybody's constantly berated with the polling, which obviously that just drives everybody insane because you're just like, well, who is it? Who is the people who are actually even being polled or even responding to this? Because I would even say for myself, I mean, I've come to the point where in the past, I mean, yeah, I'd humor pollsters and stuff like that, but now it's kind of got to the point where I'm just like, nah, you know what? go find a new job,
Well, it's a tough job. It is. It is a tough job. But let me ask you, because when I started the show, you probably saw this. The polls say that the American people, well, better way of saying it. What are your top 3 issues for the election in 2022?
Well, the top 3. I mean, subcategories under the economy are probably the economy is the first, but then they'd be subcategories underneath, that, and so inflation would be, part of the economy.
Right.
Jobs is going to be an issue. I mean, that's something. Well,
that's
see, the
economy.
Thing is, yeah. I mean, jobs is going to be another thing. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't really thinking jobs now, but obviously, I, follow the stock market and I'm looking, on a bigger picture, and I see that we are going to head into a massive unemployment strand. It's going to hit like a rock,
Yeah.
And I would say too is the stock market itself, and because part of the problem is that the pensions. Well, John Cordisto touched on this the other day, and he was completely right when he said that. Look at it when the stock market goes down, and all of a sudden you have these pensions that need to be paid. Well, where's the money going to come from? Well, it's got to come from the taxpayers, or the property tax, payers, and that is going to hit hard. And so again, it's 3 economical things. So it's the inflation, the unemployment, and then the stock market that is basically bond to our pension funds, which in turn it turns into the property taxes. So it's all taxes and everything. So look at and every single one of those things is the Democrats are screwing up royally with their policy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, look at inflationary measures when it comes to just they're dealing with like the things that they can control is for one energy. I mean, Biden completely botched that. I mean, if he wanted to, and I mean, I know we kind of had a little debate of how quickly this would turn around, but I said, look at if Biden tomorrow turned around and all of a sudden had a pro, gas, oil, drill baby drill, philosophy. I know, I was going to say that because the market itself, especially commodities, can be a speculative market, that it would drive prices down, alone just on that. Because the thing is the Saudis and the OPEC, they wouldn't be cutting the supply down if they know that the competition is going to come around the corner and basically fill that void. Instead, what they would do, they would drop their prices, basically trying to drown out any competition, because and that's what they did during the pandemic. They kept the prices low so they could bankrupt American drilling companies, and then once they're bankrupt, then they basically fill that void. Now that void is gone and there is no American companies to fill that gap, now they can do what they want when they want, and that's what they're going to do, and they're going to be able to manipulate the market to their favor. But again, like I said, if Biden changed that would have been one major factor that would have been a deflationary factor that would have helped contribute to
But he's made it clear he's not going to do that. He's made it clear that he has absolutely no intention of allowing. He's lied. Well, let me rephrase that. He has misinformed the public by saying he's increased the number of leases. And I know people have heard Biden say, well, I increased the leases. No, you didn't increase. There are 20 leases and permits that are required to get oil from the ground to your home. Just actually, not even to get it from the oil to your home, to get the oil from your ground to a refinery. It's 20 leases. We're talking about he did not increase the number of leases for a road from the pipe to the oil in the ground. So how are they supposed to get the oil to you? Even if they find it, they can't get it anywhere because Biden won't let it happen. So he's lying and he's playing semantics with the wording, saying, I release leases, except everything that's needed to actually help make America energy independent. Yeah, that he didn't do. He's done everything but that. So, I mean,
right.
that's important.
I mean, you're right. I mean, the thing is that the Biden administration talks out of both sides of their mouth. At one section, he goes and says, "Oh, we lowered prices by releasing all the strategic reserves, to lower prices."
Which is
then
illegal.
on the other hand, then on the other hand, then you have Pete Buttigieg coming out there and going, "Well, you know what? These high prices are good because this is going to force us to actually change over to greener, cleaner energy." And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, so you're forcing people to actually make a choice. So you're forcing people, to deal with these inflation prices. You're forcing our industry to be capped at the kneecaps, and not being able to get cheap energy as, China does, who we're directly competing against. And we're not, becoming really the best of friends, if anybody has actually noticed, But that is another situation though, because you're right. Look, the bottom line is that the energy in this country and the positions that the Biden administration has taken has been that to basically destroy any future growth in oil or natural gas. And so I mean there's for those individuals who want to invest in that or who are projecting, hey, where can I put my money and I'll actually, make money in 5 years? The problem is they can't put money, even though there is the demand for it right now. They're not going to put money in that industry when the Biden administration and the Democrats have clearly told them, he says, we're going to shut you down. We're going to stop you. We're going to do everything in our power, basically, to regulate you out of existence, And so guess what? The money doesn't go there. But they have said, hey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to take taxpayers' money and we're going to subsidize the crap out of anything that we say is green, And so they're going to. So if you want to invest in something, then you better invest in solar panels, windmills, heck, even biofuel. You can deforest an entire, thousands of acres, as long as because we classify it as being green. And then we'll even subsidize it as well too. That's where the Biden administration stands, and all those different energy sources are completely useless when it comes to consistent energy supply. And it just puts us, it handicaps us. It puts us in the situation that actually that's not us. We're not actually in the situation that we see Europe in, but Europe is in the situation that the Biden administration is actually heading our country to, and I think that people have to see. They have to say, hey, what's going on with Germany? What's going on, with these European countries? What's their problem? Why are they in the situation they are? Why isn't, all these solar panels working? Why aren't all these, windmills working out for them? Let's ask those questions. Oh, why? I mean, they do need. They do need coal now. They do need natural gas. Like, wait, I thought they were completely self-sufficient on green energy. No, that didn't happen. But again,
that's because you can't have a nation of, if you have a nation that's larger than the size of a city, you can't run on solar or wind or any of the green energy. You can't. You can run a town on that. You can't run a nation on it. It just doesn't work. And Germany is the example of that.
And I hate, one of the things I've started to I hate is with the Democrats are so good and they keep the narrative of, language and they hold on to it. And I hate using the word green on any of these, power sources, because none of these power sources that they are using are in the definition of green, meaning that they actually make an improvement, for the overall environment in the long term that is greater than, like, say, natural gas versus, solar panels or windmills. If anything, the overall environmental negative effects and throughout the, life cycle of these, energy sources, I would say that solar, and these, windmills are far less,
Jason,
environmentally friendly.
Jason, how dare you count the mining of rare earth metals in the process of figuring out whether or not windmills and solar panels are actually green. You can't do that. Remember, we don't count where everything comes from. We only count the electricity in the electric vehicle, because it doesn't matter where the energy comes from. It doesn't matter where the rare earth metals come from. That's not part of the calculation because that means you're thinking. Don't think. Just say I plugged it in and so it's good. It must be clean because I plugged it in. That's the answer. Or at least that's what they tell us.
Yeah, and it's complete and total lie. I think about California's situation there with their entire power grid pretty much collapsing during the summer times, and it reminds me back. Well, part of it was too is even Michael Moore covered that the planet, the humans themselves there. And one of the things with them is that I remember it was during Schwarzenegger's term, and he was a big solar panel guy. And the funny thing is they showed all the solar panels and all these solar plants that basically are now just like desert land that it were just demolished, to put these, and they were completely worthless because basically they went their lifespan and they're done. And the thing is that in my mind, I'm thinking, what did that actually accomplish? 20 years ago,
You got people elected.
all these things were built 20 years ago, and they spent basically, about 80% more on energy for what? Today. I mean, did it in their mind, did it actually help the environment in any positive way or means when did they ever look at their own books and go, hey, you know what? All that we did back then did absolutely nothing for today's generation. And then you have these guys saying, well, we needed to spend all the money on the solar panel and the stuff because it was good for the technology. And I'm like, okay, wait, so you're telling me you actually used inferior technology back then that you knew would do absolutely nothing just for the fact that basically, you want to say that the technology today will actually be able to do it, even though it's completely different technology, that you're comparing because, it's complete illogical insanity. Look, we both know that the Democrats have their energy program is forced through basically by a group of individuals. It's a dogmatic religion that has no logic and reason that is even questioned. And it's more corrupt than anything that they would ever say, happens within the oil, the gas companies. When they always says, oh yeah, these greedy, oil and gas companies. I'm like, greedy and oil and gas. It's like, who's the one with their handout requiring to exist, subsidies by the government to exist? It's the freaking solar panels. It's the windmills. It's the electric vehicles. None of these things would exist without the mass subsidization of the government.
That's not true, because they existed before. To be fair, they did exist. They were just as ineffective as they are today, and there was just less money involved.
They wouldn't be mainstream.
They weren't mainstream.
Well, I wouldn't even say mainstream. I mean, the thing is that what percentage of the overall market would these things possess without government subsidies? So
3%.
Way back then, okay, they did exist. Maybe it was like what 0.05%,
3%,
entire,
3%.
Back then, before subsidies.
Yeah, 3%.
Okay.
And today it's 11%.
Today's 11.
Yeah,
oh,
that's what you get. That's how much power with all the movement and places. This is including California and all the changes they've made. You're looking at 11%. So they've almost tripled the input, but it's having a negligible net impact across the nation because most energy reliably comes from either nuclear or coal, because that's reliable. And even the planet of humans, even the progressive Michael Moore had to admit that's where reliable energy across the world comes from. There isn't anything that's more cost efficient. Nothing that's even more safe. There's nothing else. But let me bring this back a second.
Yep.
Because we're talking about the election, and climate is the most important thing for Joe Biden. That's the most important thing for progressives. It's either abortion or it's climate. You're mentioning the economy, which, according to the polls, is the most important issue. Every American of any party, overwhelmingly, they're all saying 64% of people are saying the economy is the most important thing. Democrats and the progressives are saying, no, it's abortion and clean and climate change. Okay. Let me ask you, knowing that's the difference, 64% of Americans say that it's the economy, 30% of Americans say it's either climate change, of Democrats and progressives say it's either the climate change or it's abortion. Which one was? It's pretty obvious that the most important one affecting your life is the economy. It affects everyone's life.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the bottom line is that there's well.
But what are your friends and neighbors saying? Which one are they saying?
Well, I mean, anybody that I know who, well, that's interesting. I mean, I think it depends on how the economy is actually affecting them. And I think the less reserves of money that you have, the greater inflation is actually hitting the bottom line, and the more that they're actually feeling that sort of pain. But if you are somebody who is still got cash reserves on hand, then maybe some of the, if they're progressive, then some of the social issues may still outweigh. And so again, you honestly, it's just it's a richer elite class that is going to care about those things. It's the economy that the poor people and those who are working and trying to pay their bills are going to care about. And the thing is that's one of the ironies that comes down here is that somebody's always says that the Democrats were always for the poor working class blue collar worker, and nothing could be farther from the truth today of where that party stands, considering the policies that they're putting forth that are making it nearly impossible for any of those individuals to move upward in economic status at this point. The inflation is crushing, and it's just a matter of time before these people start losing their jobs. And I mean, their property taxes, are bound to go, through the roof. I mean, there needs to be, a complete and total, overhaul of policy and direction that is being taken right now. And unfortunately, even, with the midterms up, even if Republicans ended up taking, control, there's not going to be any sort of major shift in policy that's going to actually help, change, us economically, to reduce, some of the pain that's going to be coming on. And, one of the things that I was going to mention, I think you had a show the other day, and I don't even know which one it was or what it was, but you guys were talking, and I just caught like a end of it, and you guys are talking about minimum wage.
Oh, I was talking about that earlier today. That's the Democrats are bringing it back. I talked about it 2 weeks ago, and now yesterday, October 15th, the Young Turks are now again pushing that we need universal background income, universal basic incomes of $2,000 a month, which would bankrupt the country, and a minimum living wage of $25 an hour, which would bankrupt the country. And they're trying to push that because for anyone who's not interested, anyone who says the economy is important, their answer is, well, let's take care of 1.1 million people, mostly teenagers, that get minimum wage by destroying the economy for 350 million people. That's their plan.
Yeah, and look, see, this is the crazy thing. I mean, we've already been introduced to this, modern, what do they call it? This modern economic policy they want to push on, where they basically continue to print money. And I mean, if people can't see that when you print money, what that actually does,
they don't.
I mean, you're feeling it right now. I mean, you're feeling the inflation, you're feeling these prices going, through the roof. I mean, you're seeing what happens when wages.
But we were told by the press secretary of the White House, we've been told by Joe Biden, we've been told by Janet Yellen that you're misunderstanding. You're not smart enough to understand the economy is good. Yes, inflation's here, and they have told us for the last 9 months the economy is great. You just don't get it. That's their answer.
Yeah, no, it is their answer. And the thing is that the Biden administration will continue to double down on policies which basically they print more money. I mean, their whole, what was it? The Inflation Reduction Act was nothing more than basically flooding the market with more money, creating more inflation. Look, the bottom line is that I think, the most basic, taxpayer, or not even the taxpayer, the most basic person who works any job, has to understand at some point that all these policies are just going to continue to increase, the price of common goods. You cannot print money. You can't give people basic income because we already got basic. Look at when the pandemic hit, that was basic income. I mean, they basically threw money out and nobody was doing anything, and we just saturated, we just threw a bunch of money into the system. And what happened? When you throw it in, everything just goes through. Everybody starts, it's just too much money going to too few goods. That's just a basic rule. And it just reduces the overall value of the dollar. But again, look at, I mean, I feel bad too, with people who are collecting Social Security. But the thing is that here we have a situation where, this is the irony though. You had administration basically saying that, well, we have a transitory. They're still preaching transitory inflation,
Mm-hmm.
But what do? They permanently increase the the rate of Social Security by I think actually over the rate of
8.4%.
Yeah, 8.4. So basically equivalent to what inflation is at. Now, if they're preaching to us saying that, this is temporary or transitory inflation still today they're still telling us transitory, then there would be no need to actually increase it at the current rate, which inflation's at.
That's not correct. I got to correct you there because there is a requirement by law. I think this is under the Obama administration. Might have been G.W. Bush, but I believe it was Obama administration in 2010 that Social Security must be adjusted by the amount of inflation. They are required to do that. It's not a choice; it's a requirement.
Well, I know, but the question is that what dictates what inflation is? Are we looking at just a month over month, a year over year? Are
year
we
over year, year over year CPI based on October.
Well, that's the thing is that as soon as the year over year gets to be a certain point, I mean, look at inflation could all of a sudden bounce up 20%. So the instant basically it hits 20%, you instantly increase.
No, it's because we had the October number come out. The fiscal year of the United States ends in October, so the October inflation rate was 8.4 technically. So that's why they said it's 8.4 increase. It's to match that 8.4 at the fiscal end of the year. Now, if it went 20% in August and only ended up at 8.4 in October, it would still be 8.4 by law. That's where that number, so that's something a lot of people don't know. And so I just wanted to be clear about that because that is the law. And that's why that number is fixed the way it is.
Yeah, that's another problem though, because again, I mean, look at I'm coming a little bit, skeptical of exactly what's going to be happening. Look at, I mean, okay, let me just get back to what I was saying though about minimum wage situation because that was something that I wanted to talk about because the biggest problem with minimum wage is the fact that once you have we didn't need a minimum wage, up to, well, anyway, I mean, look at minimum wage didn't actually matter. I mean, they could have been requesting $15 an hour and all these, other things. The bottom line is people were getting paid that irregardless of whether or not those statutes were on the book, because the bottom line is that there was demand for employees and employers were willing to pay the price because they were still able to make profit off of actually having employees, that were getting paid that much. But the thing is that this point that we're at, wages are extremely inflated, and the problem is going to be is that once the economy hits, or once the economy is already in recession. We just haven't seen it in the jobs yet. But once the jobs, start getting cut, you're going to see a snowball effect where it'll just continue to go down. The problem's going to happen though is that once the economy balances back up, then you have, these Democrats and these, liberal, cities and stuff, or even just heck, even states or even on a national level. I mean, if the minimum wage creeps up to a degree, what's going to happen is that certain businesses, the bottom line is that what people are getting paid now is not going to be, worth what they're, what an employer is going to, require, to actually
Well,
basically produce or sell the products that they're going to have in the future.
a
And so,
better- oh my God. A better way to word that is perhaps the cost is not taking into account. 1 second, we have a bot here. The minimum wage, increase in minimum wage is going to be passed through to the consumer based on the increase in cost to the business, which either will lead the business to be closed and therefore increasing unemployment, or it's going to harm the poor because they can no longer afford that product like they could before. That's one of the easier ways to say it.
well, that's the thing though, is it's not even that though, because the thing is that look at, I think we're already peaked though. The thing is that we already have people who are making a minimum wage, so it doesn't even matter. Minimum wage right now doesn't matter because the thing is that everybody's already getting paid over minimum wage due to the fact that our economy is extremely hot, and there's just so much money, in the system that, look at the guy's basically producing, items and people are buying them. But the problem is though, is once the economy breaks and he's selling that, doodad for, he's selling it now for $5, and all of a sudden he's like, well, people are not either you reduce the price to $3 or people are just aren't going to buy it at all. And the problem is though, is you can't do that because the labor costs are basically eating up, basically the labor costs are forcing him to at least, make the product and sell it for like say $4.50. But but the thing is that once all these people lose their jobs, they're going to be willing to, take a lot less pay, to produce the same product. And he then could turn around and go, well, with the labor, if I could pay people less, I could still make the product maybe at $3.50, and I would actually be, profitable. But the problem is he can't because the labor cost is going to be stuck, at that point where the product's going to be, pushed out of people's hands. And so the thing is that the problem is minimum wage. These minimum wages don't give economic flexibility in rough times. It's all fine and dandy to say, hey, we passed all this stuff. When we have like zero unemployment. It's like minimum wage doesn't matter because everybody's working. But the problem is that once the economy contracts, at a rate, then all of a sudden it's never going to be able to grow again. Because the sticking point is going to be the minimum wage. Look, if you eliminated the minimum wage completely, and then people started losing their jobs, at some point they're going to actually, they'll take other jobs, for whatever wage. And then once the economy gets, growing again, then, wages inflate again. But again, it's
stagflation. The easy way to putting it is it creates stagflation. You're going to kill the growth of the economy because there's no reason to move forward in a job that you're already in when you can take a lesser job for more money. It's stagflation. It stops the growth of the government. Easiest way to say it.
Yeah, it does. It stops the growth. There's just you can't have growth, in an economy like that.
But where I get that from? Do you know how I know that? Because the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has said this 3 separate times. This isn't a new argument. The Young Turks are trying to put it out there like no one's ever talked about. Why won't anyone address this? Why won't this be touched? We've discussed this since 2018, 3 different times with the CBO on the same idea at $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $25. It's already been addressed. We've already done the math. That's how we know it doesn't work.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, though, is that we are right at the point where we're going to see massive layoffs, right? And yet this is the point where now they are pushing. It seems like all of a sudden now they're starting to push, for minimum wage. You know what I mean? It's like at a time we actually they're irrelevant. The people who are pushing for minimum wage are completely irrelevant because we have an economy that doesn't require it because the demand for labor is so high. But we're about to break. It's going to go the other direction. And all of a sudden, all these people are showing up right at the time that the economy is ready to go to crap. You know?
Yeah, it's definitely going to happen. But that's,
I mean, the socialist. I mean, that's
future.
the thing is, the socialists, have been circling around. I mean, they broke they are the ones who broke the economy, with the policy. The Biden administration's policies are all these, woke socialist, ideas, and these are the things that are going to break the economy. And all of a sudden, they're going to swoop in and come up and double down to the socialist agenda, and then push these minimum wages that will, again, what you defined, or you said is will create, further stagflation. And that's just, it's ridiculous.
Well,
I mean, look, jobs are sticky. I mean, the bottom line is that, unless an employer is going to fire the worker and then rehire somebody cheaper, I mean, that's the only way that it works. And generally, wages don't go down that quickly.
Well, we got to remember, easy thing to think of. There is not one socialist nation in the world or communist nation in the world ever that has ever matched the quality of life of the United States at any point in time. They have never equaled us, let alone exceed us. Never. It's never happened. Their quality of life is always in the past. And when we look at the Soviet Union, they were stuck in the 1950s. You look at Cuba, they were stuck in the 1960s. You see Venezuela today, they've actually gone backwards in time. There is no example where socialism, this gerrymandered economic systems, where it's ever benefited the people that it has been instituted on. Not once. It's that easy to see.
No, I mean, the socialists and these AOCs, I mean, they're, and Elizabeth Warrens, who want to completely and totally, confiscate everybody's, wealth. I mean, they wanted to come up with a wealth tax, basically making, corporations like this is the irony here, is that if you look at all those people they were targeting before, like, you've got your Facebook, your Meta, you have your Teslas, your Apples, and all these companies, and basically the stock market as a whole. I mean, the stock market's down about $20 trillion. I think it lost already this year. And it's just like you think about that size of amount of money, and how much the market's gone down, and this is primarily from, again, policies being pushed forth by Democrats of releasing massive amounts of money and overinflating the economy. And what would they do? They would actually want to grab that money before it's already pulled out of the market and all these companies lost all their value. I mean, look at it. I mean, you've got Meta, or what was it, Mark Zuckerberg there? I mean, the guy lost. I mean, you look at, well, he didn't lose. See, that's the thing, is since he didn't actually sell his shares, I guess there's no gains that were lost or anything on there. But the value of what he actually possessed, I mean, he went down. He's down $70 billion since the peak of last January. So basically, from the start of the Biden administration till now, he's down $70 billion.
Yeah, but that's gonna where the economics are gonna go way worse. But rather than, I know economics is interesting. I get into it because I used to be a stockbroker. But I mean, there's so many other aspects that are going on, and as much as, think about it, how the media will not entertain the huge number of consequences that the economy is going through. They keep telling us it's okay. And yet, in a simple conversation between you and me and the audience, we can point out 15 different ways that their plans for the economy are hurting individuals, as the American public, poll after poll, are saying the most important thing is the economy, because everyone can see 15 different ways it's hurting their lives. And from the Democrats, the answer is, don't worry about that. Climate change, abortion. There is And Democrats are saying they're going to win. I don't understand it.
Well, I mean,
People have to go out and vote. People got to get out and vote.
yeah, I think people are. I mean, I don't, foresee people sitting on the sidelines, but I mean, I honestly am more interested in seeing exactly how the polls are going to be this time around. I mean, I think everybody's kind of like more interested, to see how off they are. And part of me almost wonders as well too if people to their own self is just like, if you're gonna, I mean, my own perspective is this. It's like, okay, you know what? Why do I want to bother, giving you statistics for the polls when you're gonna, screw, these numbers anyway, And in my mind, it's more like, screw you. I'm not gonna respond to these polls. I'm gonna go out and vote. Let's see if we can actually, make these guys look like even bigger idiots than they ever had before. Because the thing is that, to me, these pollsters, these people who are in that position, who are, doing that, it's an elitist, kind of, sector, I think that polling is, and they just basically like to, say, hey, look how bright I am, look how accurate I can predict, and it's just like, to me, it's just like, okay, let's see how wrong you can be. Let's see,
polls are only as good as the thing about polls are they are only as good as the question that's asked and who you're asking. That's it. But there's a lot to that.
Yeah. Well, look at even the guys who were.
I just want to make sure other people can finish. So I want you to finish your thought, but go ahead.
Oh no, I was just thinking too. Is that I remember, the one of the guys who was the most accurate, and one of the questions he was always asking. He's rather than asking a person specifically, they would ask them, well, what do you think that your neighbors and your friends were going to do? But the bottom line is that, considering now people understand those who are, have been around it and realize how skewed the polls are, and they're kind of curious of exactly how these ones were more accurate. Now, when anybody even asks them those questions, they're just like, you know what? Just like, I'm not gonna say what I think, because basically you're already, asking me what I think based upon somebody else, So look, they're going to lose completely their ability to poll individuals, because even, like I said, trying to use tricks and different, methodology, at some point, it just no longer works.
Well, it's never worked. Polls should never be an indicator of why people should do or not do something, because you can put out a poll that'll tell you the sky is green, and you can get a consensus on that. If you do the poll, if you word it right, there have been people who've gone around and gotten polls about banning water, H2O, dihydroxide, oxygenated dihydroxide. There have been college students who have actively been polled in favor of banning water, H2O, just because they worded it by the scientific description of the chemical rather than saying water. And people en masse were saying, yeah, okay, well, everyone else is saying that it's bad. I'd say it's bad too. So you can't go by polls by themselves. Although, if you have well-worded polls, you can get a trend, but most polls aren't well-worded.
Yeah,
and that's the trick.
I'm just simply saying, though, is that the people who live and die by the accuracy of being able to predict, things. Because look at, I mean, you cannot be, 50% off or 30% off, in these polls and still exist at the end of the day. Nobody's going to actually respect you as an institution to continue to do these things over and over again and go, you know what, you were, off by 30% last time, you're off by 40%. It's like, at some point, they lose credibility. But the thing is, though, I'm talking about the ones who are actually, more accurate and they're closer and are pretty much being able to predict some of this stuff. I'm just thinking that, at some point that, the anger that people have over the manipulation of, the polling, that people are just throwing in the towel and going, look at, like I say, get another profession, just do something else with yourself. I'm going to vote, and that's the way it's going to be, because it's always been the way too, though, is that polls always tend to, they tend to narrow, towards the election. And a lot of people say that the reason is because they want to actually be accurate in the end. So to begin with, they will actually try to, persuade people's opinion by, skewing towards the candidate that they wish, to see winning. And then as it comes down to, election day, then they actually start to close so they don't, look like complete idiots by being on the opposite end of the spectrum. And I just, that sort of game to me is just like, forget it. You know what? You want to play those games, go do it by yourself. I'm not participating in that.
Well, no, I can't say polls can have a place, but again, you have to know what you're dealing with. You gotta. It's like everything else. You gotta do your homework. You gotta know what you're working with. And you have to. You can't go just by what one poll says. You never can, and you have to know what you're dealing with. But But I understand your opinion. I get why you would have lack of trust in it, because it's the same thing like a lack of trust in much of the modern media. If you're only watching CNN, you're going to get bad information because you're only watching CNN or any one news media outlet, whatever it may be. Same idea. But I get it. But let me do this because I do want to make sure in case anyone else wants to call in.
Yep.
I do want to make sure they get a chance as well. And of course, I always appreciate the fact you call in and we get to talk about the economics a bit. So I always enjoy that.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
And so, folks, again, just like as you've seen throughout the show, you too can call in to 607-242-1582. You always have the ability to say at any time whatever it is you want to talk about, the issues that matter to you, the things that are affecting us all from anywhere in the world. That's why we're here, to hear your voices, to talk about these issues, and to bring up these questions that more and more we do not see elected officials ever answering, questions that affect us for decades potentially, and they don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. They don't want you to think. They want you to obey. Jason brought up great questions about, okay, what's going to be the impact of the minimum wage? What's going to be the impact of the inflation and stagflation? How's that going to affect him, his community, your community, around the world? And we're not getting answers. We're not even getting, I know I pick on the progressives a lot, and Republicans too, because they need to have answers too. And at this point, and I've said it before, I'd like to hear, when I was talking about the food crisis, the fact that we know there's a global food shortage and it's getting worse. And I've said on this program many times, I want a plan, even if it's a bad plan. Give us a plan. Why can't the Biden-Harris administration come up with a plan? Why is it that the Democrats that control Congress, that control the Senate, why can't they give us a bad plan? Why can't the people who control California, New York, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, why can't they even come up with a bad plan and say, until we figure out something better, here's a plan that will help people through the year-long food crisis that is coming, that they have already told us is going to happen. And that's the thing that gets me. We know this. The White House has already said back in March, there is a global food crisis. This is not conjecture. It's not me saying it. It's not my opinion. This isn't relative. It is a fact. They've already admitted the fact. Why can't they come up with a plan? Why won't the news media, the major news media, ask these politicians and say, hey, by the way, what's your plan? Why don't you have a plan? It's going to affect 350 million Americans. It is affecting the world. What is your plan? Even a bad plan. What is the plan? We have none. But they want us to vote. And I have to believe that the reason why they won't give us a plan is because they know it is going to be a bad plan. And they know that if they mention it, people will think about it and go, oh my God, look what you have done to us. We're not going to reelect you. And that will affect Democrats and Republicans alike. And you know what? That would be the best thing that could happen. Get rid of them all. Get someone who's efficient and effective, not someone that you want to date, not somebody that you think looks good, not someone with a slick commercial, but someone who's actually effective and efficient. Is that too much to ask for, folks? Let me go back to some of the comments here. And I know we were joking about it's dihydrogen monoxide, which is banning of water. And there's lots of videos about multiple colleges where students actually were trying to ban that. It's insane. Kurdisco, and I know some people have been mentioning about, well, the economics are looking like we're going to see IRAs are going to get crushed. People have mentioned that we're looking at the Rust Belt becoming a bigger impact on America and to spread throughout the nation. I agree with that as well. Polling, John Cordisco mentions that people want to vote for a winner, therefore bad polls are useful. Also, I would say that polls sometimes rally people to say, hey, here's the underdog, let me vote for them. Because we see that as well. Very often we've seen elections are coming down to, okay, I hate X, so I will vote for Y. Even though there is no good reason to vote for Y. So we see that in polling as well, which is also terrifying. But polls are meant to manipulate people's emotions and to make you think that there's a consensus when it doesn't exist, and to make you think that something's good when it's objectively bad. It's about emotions. It's about feelings. It's about AOC on 60 Minutes. It's about feelings, not facts. And it is exactly like Jan mentions, polls are kind of like the titles of bills. The Inflation Reduction Act is about climate change. It's about climate change. It's not about reducing the inflation. In fact, we've seen that it has been already proven that it's going to cost us $400 billion. It's not zero impact on the economy. It's not anti-inflationary. It actually increases inflation. So, but the headline says it's anti-inflationary. It's the Inflation Reduction Act, so it must be good. Except it actually increases inflation, and economists have proven that. So there you go. It's terrifying. It's stupid. John mentions 2 5-foot Swedes. Not sure what you mean there. Not sure what the 2 5-foot Swedes are about, John. So I missed that. You know, Jan mentions that we've been re-electing these politicians to get a plan. It's kind of like Nancy Pelosi when she told us about Obamacare. Remember that? Obamacare? When she said, you have to pass the bill to find out what's in the bill, which is the most illogical kind of thing I've ever heard. This is straight out of a used car salesman. You got to buy the car to find out how the car drives. No one would ever say yes. Yet Nancy Pelosi gets reelected and we pass the Obamacare bill. It's insane. And literally, if you consider it that way, if a car salesman said to you, you have to buy the car to find out if the car works, you would say no. But when it came to Obamacare and Nancy Pelosi, the bill got passed. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. YouTube is messing around with, I know, they're messing with the algorithm. And folks, the only way I've heard, Dal had mentioned that they were getting timed out on the app. I see Jan is mentioning that they're kicking people off of Xbox. They're trying to understand this, folks. They don't want you to think. They don't want programs like this one that will allow you to think, that will ask you questions and will make conclusions based on the facts, not relative opinion, not feelings, but the actual facts, and show you the evidence and then say, do you agree? What do you think? They don't want you to think, ever. So they make it difficult. They will throttle this channel. They will limit the number of people they allow to see it. Facebook goes, and every time they will go out and they will block it around the world. They will try and limit the access we have to more and more people. And if you are paying attention, you're part of the audience, they will harass you as much as they harass me behind the scenes because they don't want you to think. They do not want other people to find out you are thinking because that would prevent them from keeping power. That will not allow them to do the things they are doing to strip your freedom, to make you a servant, to be able to control and micromanage your life. That's why. Because if they really had a great plan, then their answer would be they would allow this to go out to the public unthrottled, unbanned, without restrictions, and let people respond. And if there was any shred of evidence that they had a better plan, then people would be able to express that and say, no, Mike, here's where you're wrong. Hey, Mike, here's the better plan, or here is the plan. And they'd explain themselves, and then I would be moot. It would answer the questions, and they would look better, and they'd get more support. But they know they will not answer these questions. They cannot answer these questions. They do not want to look at the consequences, because if they do, they will lose. So the only answer they have is, silence them. Chill the First Amendment. Try and harass the viewers. Make sure that no one gets to, or as few people get to sign up as possible, because this is dangerous to their power. Not dangerous to you, dangerous to their power. And they don't want that. Again, we never advocate for violence, but they want to make sure you will never vote them out of power, that you are dependent on them, and that they get to micromanage your life. And we have gone through example over example over example with evidence from them. Again, I go back to the example of the gun laws in New York State and the evidence provided by New York State itself in the most recent GIVE report from September 13th of 2022. This is the information from the government itself telling you that every single promise they have ever made about protecting you is a lie. It has never worked. It isn't working now, and there's no reason to think it will work in the future. They have lied to you, and they did it so that they could get power. This is the evidence they do not want you to think about. They didn't think you could find it, and they don't want you to read it. And anyone in New York State or any anti-Second Amendment advocate that thinks I am wrong, I am happy to go through the evidence with you because I know all the sources. I've been following this for well over a decade, 15 years, and I know it by heart. I know all the links. I can show you the evidence from the government and from the left-leaning news sources, credentialed left-leaning news sources from around the world. This is from New York State itself. This is their data, and it proves unequivocally, without doubt, without any question, they prove their gun laws do not work. Their gun control has never worked. They make a lot of promises. They tell you they've got the solution. They tell you that they're going to get it right this time, and every single time they have lied to you. It's not my opinion. It's not a guess, not conjecture. Here's the evidence from New York State itself. If Kathy Hochul would like to debate me on that, I'm open anytime she wants. If Donna Lapardo, if Josh Riley, if Antonio Delgado, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jerry Nadler, any elected official would like to dispute this with me, anyone who supports gun control would like to dispute with me the evidence that I am presenting right now and explain how New York has been effective at reducing crime and violent crime and reducing murders and shootings by taking away the right of American citizens to defend themselves, I will be happy to do that all day long. Go to any college you want to. We'll do it anywhere live. I don't need to have any documents in front of me. I already know the data. I will do it live anywhere. And I've been saying that for 15 years, and they will not take me up on it because the evidence proves me right, which is why they never offer proof. When you heard Kathy Hochul talking to CBS News in New York City, talking about she was going to override the Supreme Court, she was asked by CBS News, what evidence do you have that concealed carry holders are a danger to the public? Her answer was, I don't need evidence. This will help. She lied to you. She lied to you, which is why she didn't present any evidence. There is no evidence. It does not exist. If it did, they'd be plastering it in headlines every day. This is what the 2022 election is about. This is what Democrats are running on. Lies. They want you to feel like something good has happened. They want you to feel like politicians are doing something. And the only thing that is happening is you are being made into a serf. You are being treated like a peon. You are losing your rights and your freedoms, and they are getting more and more power. And along with that power goes money, and they don't have to live your life. You will suffer, they will benefit, and they get to have more control. Any progressive wants to dispute that, I am happy to hear your voice. I am happy to go through the evidence. I am happy to go through the data. I know it. So let's not play the game of how do you feel. Don't tell me it's relative truth. Here's the facts. And that's why everyone's having trouble right now with YouTube and Facebook, because they're trying to make it difficult for people to hear that. And you would think, if I'm so wrong, if you think that this program is so wrong, then why are they afraid to let people hear it? They're not afraid to let people hear about flat Earth. You could be a flat earther, and they have no problem letting everyone look at it and laugh at you. If you believe in aliens, they have no problem. If you believe in mermaids, they will push that on YouTube all day long. They have no problem with it because no one believes it, because no one takes it seriously. But the moment you say, I have a fact, I can show you the evidence from the government, here's the data, not a conspiracy theory, here is the promise that Kathy Hochul, that Andrew Cuomo, that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, this is the promise, Chuck Schumer, they have made this promise, Josh Riley, they made this promise to you, Donald Lepardo, they've made this promise to you that you're going to be safe, and here's the evidence from their government, from the government saying they lied, and they will ban you all day long. I mean, that's just what it is. Let's see. Dal Grimm says legislation these days doesn't feel like it's actual lawmaking. It feels like feudal dictatorship. It is a feudal dictatorship. As I've said, many politicians today who have been in there for 3, 4 decades, like Chuck Schumer, like Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, they've been around for decades. They are the neo-nobles in their minds, and we are the peasants who must listen to them. That's how they act. That's how they speak. John Cordisco's cracking jokes, talking about now he's associated with Thought Criminal. John, you're the original Thought Criminal. I'm following you. Dal says VPNs help a lot, and that helps prevent this. Actually, the easiest way, and folks, I've said it over and over again, easiest way to help fight against this, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. It is the easiest way to break their algorithms and have their algorithms work for us rather than against us. We know there is a ceiling at 1,000 subscribers. And then once you break that, they will open up the channel and their algorithm will force it. They will be forced to let more people have their voices heard. That's why 1,000 is so critical. While we're trying to get to 1,234 people by the end of the year, it is critical because you will be able to be heard by more people. And they know it, which is why they're fighting so hard to make sure we can't get there. Please like, share, and subscribe. Even people who don't agree should be able to hear this, and they should be able to voice their disagreement. That's called freedom. I do want to take a moment. Let me take a moment to thank people, by the way, who have been helping to keep the lights on and keep this channel going. Bear with me 1 second, because I'm bringing that up. And I know you've heard it before. Stop. What difference does you make? Let me play this. This is our thank you to the many, many people who make this show possible. And there we are. I know you've heard it. Difference does it? You there. Oh, come on. Of course, the system's messing with me. Here we go. Difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares, and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less. Thank you. Now, you may or may not have noticed that list of people who have helped to donate to the channel to help make the channel grow is growing. It is increasing, and so we do appreciate, we notice that there are more people helping us, and we want to thank you for that because it is making a difference. There are a lot of challenges that we have to face week after week, and I hate to admit it, but some of the problems are just beyond us. I mean, you may know that we own mvoss.com. That was our main written article site. We had over 2,500 written articles over the last 17 years. And we lost that recently. It just cost too much. It's $400 a year to keep that going. We didn't have $400 a year, so we lost that. But that's okay, because we're here on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're trying to continue to move forward. And we're going to keep trying to move forward. We're going to reach more and more people. We lost a bunch of the articles. We've got some of them saved. We'll have the site back up eventually. But it's your help that helps us continue. And part of that is, and one of the most important parts, is just making sure that you're here every week. I will say again, if you're progressive and you believe in white guilt, fantastic. Send me half your paycheck. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. I'm a double minority, according to the rules of the left. And if you are progressive and you have white guilt, give me your money. If you have white privilege, send me half your paycheck. Don't want the whole paycheck. Don't want you to be homeless. Send me half of it. Because according to your rules, I deserve it. So send me half your paycheck every month. But if you are just a member of the audience, you know what? Send me $1. That's it. That's all you have to do. Send me $1. If you want to send more, that's fantastic. Jan mentions, how can you subscribe? Well, Jan, there's the link on the screen right below me, as you can see right there. That's the PayPal. Or when I'm on this channel, oops, wait a minute. There I am. And you see right across from me, you see that little square that's on the screen right here? That's a QR code, which will take people to the PayPal, and you can make a donation that way. Again, you can donate $1. You can donate 50 cents. You could donate $5. I don't ask. That's up to you, and I've never asked more than that. But if you're a progressive and you're watching the program, you have white guilt, you believe you have white privilege, you should be sending me half your paycheck every month. That's your rules, not mine. That's what the progressives say. You shouldn't. You're white. You are an elected official, and you're out there and you're trying to tell people, well, you have white guilt. If you're promoting critical race theory, fantastic. Put your money where your mouth is. I'm a poor black homeowner, black and Hispanic. Send me half your check. You're a progressive. You believe in critical race theory. You believe in intersectionality. You believe in gender identity politics. Then, according to your beliefs, social justice, you believe those things, you should be sending me half your paycheck. Because if you don't, you're a hypocrite. And guess what? I'm not getting those paychecks. I'm not getting half your paycheck. I'm not getting $100 from the liberal left. The progressives aren't. They're giving the money to BLM, $90 million. Progressives gave BLM $90 million. BLM bought 6 mansions. They gave hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to Sean King. He bought a $40,000 dog. Gee, if they have the money for that, why aren't they willing to give it to me? Why aren't they willing to give it to the local homeless shelter? You don't want to give me the money? Fantastic. Make a donation to SUNY Broome for the homeless awareness, their fund to help college students who become homeless. 20% of college students are homeless in any given year. It happens every year. You know what? You don't want to give it to me? Give it to them. Give the money to a veterans fund to help homeless veterans, or give it to your local food bank. In my area, that's called Chow. Just send me a copy of the receipt. Let me know that you decided to use your white privilege. You decided to use your white guilt, because that's what CRT is telling you you have. And show me the receipt that said that you gave it not to BLM, not to some political group like the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, not to progressive leaders of tomorrow that have never funded a single program to help the community, not to Antifa. I want to see you actually do something that helps the community in the nation and in our area. Go and give the money. Donate the money. Don't donate it to the politics. Donate it to the communities that need the help. Because you don't. Because $90 million didn't go to feed veterans or to feed the homeless. You didn't fund that. You didn't send it to me. So where are you spending the money? On getting Patrice Cullors another house as she sits on YouTube with Oprah and these other celebrities drinking champagne, talking about how great a job they have done because they became multimillionaires, for doing nothing, for helping no one, for not even providing honest information. At least I provide you with information and evidence and the conclusions. I've been doing it for 17 years. And guess what? I'm going to keep on doing it. So for the liberals, the leftists, the progressives, the Democrats out there, send me half your paycheck. And everybody else, libertarians, conservatives, Republicans, hell, everyone else, send me $1. And I would love to hear the leftists say, explain, well, Mike, you're not black. Are you looking at the screen right now? Because they've said that before. They're like, well, I would donate to you, but you're not black. What do I look like? A Martian? Well, Mike, you're funded by Republicans. Me and the IRS would love to see that check. Where is it? Well, you're just independently wealthy. My bank account says you're wrong. See, they have no excuse. Their only excuse is, well, you're just not really what you are because Joe Biden said you're not black because you didn't vote for Joe Biden. Come on, folks. See, that's the lack of conviction they have. They don't actually believe what they're saying. Because if they did, even if they didn't want to fund me, just to spite me, they would donate to the homeless. They would donate to veterans. And they'd be plastering on this channel. They'd be sending us photo after photo that I would, in fact, show you. I'd block out their names or addresses, but I would show you the receipts saying, hey, they funded people who are in need. Instead, they want to fund politics to control your life, to micromanage your life, to take away your freedom. Because they're not interested in actually helping anyone. They're interested in control, which is selfish. That's what they believe. That's what they're actually after at the end of the day. They want to improve their lives at the cost of your life. Yeah, I've seen the mugshots of Antifa. God, they're scary looking people. Always. And why is it always that whenever you see people arrested from Antifa, BLM, every single time that they get arrested or they get shot because of the rioting that they do and the violence they bring, why is it that like 1 out of 3 of them is always some kind of pedophile sex offender? You ever notice that? Literally, every time. Kyle Rittenhouse, you go to any of the riots, every 1 out of 3, every time they're arrested, 1 out of 3 of them is always a sex offender and or some kind of pedophile. I mean, it's amazing. You couldn't get those kind of odds walking through a prison. Seriously. You couldn't get those kind of odds anywhere. It's like they directly recruit straight out of NAMBLA. And if the progressives don't like that, well, then you should have higher standards in the people you allow into your organizations. I mean, that's just it. But they always have domestic abusers. It's always like, every time, it's like 1 out of 3 of them are either a domestic abuser, they're a violent felon, and or they're some kind of pedophile. Every single time. Amazing. I don't know how any organization could have that many really disgusting people in their organization. But anyway, that's just me ranting about money. Yes, that's my moment of self-promotion. I ask you to subscribe, which costs nothing. You know what? You don't have to send me a dime. Just subscribe. I'm perfectly happy with that too. Yeah, there's a NAMBLA to Antifa pipeline. It really seems like it, don't they? Maybe they changed their name from, maybe it is NAMBLA and they just changed their name for branding. I think you're right, user has been banned. Could be, because God knows, the numbers seem to show it like that. Well, thank you, Jan. I appreciate it. And next week, your name's going to be on the list too. Because I do appreciate it. I really do. And it makes a difference, and I pay attention to you guys. And I'm here every week for you guys, to hear your voices from anywhere around the world. And I know our audience reaches people in the UK, in India, Peru, Chile, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Mexico, Germany, Sweden, Switzerland. I know. I've seen the messages. I get the personal messages, the phone calls. I see it. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Because you're individual. You're not checkboxes. You matter. And I appreciate you. And I will stand up, even in the fire and flames of social media, to stand up for your rights and your freedoms every single day. Now says, because they are useful idiots in the enforcement as marginalized with biggest axe to grind that are hyper extendable when it comes to times to purge the ranks. Yeah. Yeah, they are expendable. That's why they have them in their organizations, because they're violent organizations. And I'd love to see anyone in progressive leaders, even progressive leaders of tomorrow, one of the local offshoots of Antifa and BLM. How many times, all the evidence, I have the written and spoken evidence videos of them threatening my life. They know that they're just violent thugs. I strongly believe that. And I have evidence to show it. But with that said, in 1 minute, we will have done 5 hours. My God, it goes so fast. You guys make it so easy. Between the phone calls, the text messages, the comments on the program, you make the time go by so fast. And it's so enjoyable. I really appreciate hearing from each and every one of you. And for anyone who's on the left, besides, the ones that want to have white privilege and are sending me a check right now, I imagine, for the rest of you, you're always welcome. All voices are welcome on this program. You don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar. You don't have to be some kind of academic. Your opinion matters. Even if you disagree, I'm willing to hear you because you are important. You're not just a checkbox. You're not just there to obey. You're there to think. You're a human being. I respect you as a human being. Tell me what you think, even if you don't agree. I have that much respect for you, that even if you don't agree, I want to hear your voice. I want to hear your reason why. With the caveat that if you're saying that I'm ugly, old, or stupid, I don't care. But if you actually have a reason, I want to hear it. All right, folks. I enjoyed this. It's been 5 hours, a little bit tired, but I'm glad to always provide you more and more information. Remember, 2022 is about power. It's about making you obey. It's about taking away your rights and your freedoms. And they are actively trying to do that. They don't want to tell you their plans. They don't have a plan. They don't have a policy. And they don't have respect internationally. They just want power. Don't give it to them. Pick and choose who you're going to vote for. Do the homework. Make sure you have a reason for it. And vote for people that you have reasons to believe in. Not because they have a cute picture or they have a really nice, well-paid, multi-million-dollar advertising campaign. Please, pick people better than that. But no matter what, I will be back next week to talk to you more about the issues that matter to you and everyone in the world. I appreciate and thank you all from my heart to yours. Thank you, everyone, and you have a great day.